Internet's
Did he say
always
he would be
broken.
late?
No, but he said the internet might be broken.
It was, yeah, it was like, he's like, I've fixed it, but it might die anyway.
I realized they get weird, like, do you see like the blue, grey bars on either side of my camera?
Yes.
Weird.
You got built-in
It doesn't
bars, huh?
do it. When, I think it might just because the camera is a different aspect ratio.
Whose ratio?
Your mum.
What the fuck?
If I
Rumple's
put a
ratio,
background
yeah.
in, it fixes it.
What you need to do is zoom the camera out slightly, take a picture of the room, and then zoom it back in, but set the background as that picture of your room. And then you won't have the bars.
Perfect.
Let's see. Let's
And
see how
then
this works.
Chris will like fade into and out of his screenshot version of himself.
That'd be so weird if you just took a picture of your background without you in it and set it as your background.
You already got a camera.
Wow, Dallas is running a tad late.
That's
Never happened before.
Unthinkable.
Like, he's like insisting we finish punctually, but he doesn't want to start punctually.
How do you add a new background?
I'm just thinking, I'm glad we took that one extra turn of the combat last session, hey?
Oh, custom.
I'm just imagining coming back to the start of this session, and it's a single turn of combat, like, oh, okay.
15, 20. All right, we'll
20
just start and then.
minutes.
All right, who want recap?
Oh no.
We got to the cliff. We
Where
climbed
we
the cliff.
start, mate? Come on.
I don't
Okay,
reckon remember where we started.
We started at the farm.
All right.
And basically, the first thing we did was go to the cliff, so it's not that far off.
No, mate, we learnt about the Green Knight Enclave on our way to the cliff.
Oh,
Yeah.
So we
didn't
started
get information.
after having changed our course the session prior, thanks to some
Oh, yeah.
incredible democracy manipulation, to come down this southern route and deal with both a mysterious meteorite and an Yggdrasil route.
We chose to not go to the old Shrine to Vidar.
Yeah.
we also
So we proceeded from the
didn't go
farm
back
after
to
gathering a little bit
Italy.
of information and
forced to the farm.
identifying a bunch of local peoples and things to climb the cliff in the most conventional way possible after planning all of these fun and interesting methods involving spider climb and Svathan hoisting the entire party. We just used climbing kits. We went up the cliff and somehow we got a little bit off track, but it wasn't too bad, and arrived reasonably close to our objective. Upon arriving at our objective, which was big, spooky crystal rock impact zone, and determining that whatever's going on here is way spookier than we expected. Estrid's Draken dropped a rock on it, and the rock cracked the other rock that turned out to be some sort of protective eggshell thing into a mind splitter, which was not very pleasant, and teleported a bunch. And my food's here, so someone's gonna have to pick up the slack.
It was a mobile creature that broke people's brains in half. Eventually it got banished after beating people up with ranged damage and being a pain in the ass. When it came back, it got slightly beaten up by Undviklig, who burned its teleports, and then we got Svarthen's turn.
And that's all
The
that
end.
needs to be said.
I loved the PowerPoint you put in, by the way, Matt. Great.
It's Fathen's turn.
Yeah, we did a little bit of harvesting of the creature We rolled like shit on the D100 and got shit.
Hmm.
And we're planning. So we sent a message from the Draken down to Hathland saying we're gonna spend the night up here because we are kind of fucked a bit. And yeah, we were kind of fucked a bit.
Fair enough.
Cool. So, I guess we have a bit of a longer resto. And do we still have some downtime available
It's
before
the whole
then?
day's worth of downtime.
Conley and Trisk are still fucked.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
like were you
what's
here
that?
when we looked at the brain fuckery thing?
Yeah.
Don't think so.
For what it's worth, I remembered that we totally have a replacement for the diamond dust in the form of the gold staff.
That is true. I don't
So
know how
what's
it
the
works. I
vibe?
remember it worked.
It just lets you replace costing components with charges, if I understand it correctly.
Now, what's the vibe with
Your mind is fucked
forever?
until you pass an int save. One per
I
long
have
rest.
been past
There you go.
saves.
Not that
So
one.
many.
You got to pass an in save as part of a long rest to recover.
Yeah, look in the rolls section, Jake, and cry.
It's too small to read, mate.
Read bigger.
The effect ends after creature completes a long rest and succeeds on a DC 15 intelligence saving throw, or greater restoration spell is cast on it.
I mean, I've been making tons of those.
No, it's the last part of the middle paragraph.
Yeah, I read it.
So yeah, you'll get like one chance at the end of a long rest, and if not, it's another day's worth. Same with Trisk.
Well, we can wait until the end of the long rest, and if it doesn't work, then we can cast a spell, right?
Yeah, Matt, can you look at how the gold staff thing worked for
Gold stuff. Hang
your
on.
components and stuff? What
So
does Trust-
effectively, Conley basically needs to be restrained. Conley and Trisk basically need to be restrained right now.
Really?
That bad?
You alternate between being perfectly fine, doing the opposite of what you want, and then doing one of several random things, including attacking your friends, or passing out, or screaming, or eating dirt. It's bad. It's real bad.
Because if you ever get one of the failures, that's short-term madness.
Some of the
If you're
short-term
next
madness
turn, so,
last
like-
like several hours.
No, it says until the end of your next turn.
Oh, okay.
But it's like that could
Yeah,
be
but I passed all of those
bad.
saves, so I
You'll be
must
taking them
never be
for the
possible
next
to
like
fail
60
them.
We are
hours.
All right.
Possibly
Well,
making
let's
you
do the
rest.
next 6 seconds. Worth of rolls for a short rest.
First off, determine what you're doing. And roll a d6.
This is what Karlik is blanking his mind, so he cannot think of anything to do.
Well, half of his mind's blank. The other half is
It's hyperactive
thinking of
now.
everything.
Ooh. I don't know if you guys are seeing what. Karlik's
Alright,
doing.
come here.
Also, quickly, Caleb, do you like my screenshot of my room?
Me.
Yeah, I
Sit still,
like your
damn it.
Oh
room.
wait, no, please calm me down.
I grapple
no,
you.
you can't grapple me.
Mate, if I can reach you, I grapple you.
relatable.
Do it. I dare you. You won't. Whoa! I flew away.
We will assume that using rope or something that
Calm
both
me down.
Carnleek and Trisk are restrained for
Yeah.
their and their safety and the safety of their friends.
The sanity of their friends.
Ah.
Still just occasionally sitting there screaming every now and then.
Is it worth gagging as well to prevent spellcasting?
It's probably a good idea, actually. I'd do that.
Yeah, given
Like,
that
I'd rather
given
not
that
have
like there's
Trisk
some very
cast
dangerous
like,
spells in
spell.
both of their
Yeah.
arsenals.
Yeah. Yeah, Karnak casts Passed Out Trace while restrained and we can't find him anymore, while they're still just tied on the ground.
It's just like, where the fuck is he? He hasn't moved.
He just fell over to the right, and that's enough. Ah, shit, we've lost him.
We spotted our trace. It's like a 34.
Nah, you still have to be obscured.
Yeah. Nah, you roll.
It's just, as soon as you like blink, you...
We look at where you cast darkness. You're invisible. It's just like, well, shit.
Casts darkness. Rolls away. Then rolls back the next turn and drops darkness.
Yeah,
The
it's
problem is
sorry,
we, like-
tie me up, please.
Okay, so
The intensity of your intent modifies the intensity of your like counter intent. So like if it's like I would never hurt my friends, I must protect them immediately. It's like ew.
yeah, Matt, what was the gold staff and like how exactly did that work?
If possible, could you link it in the chat?
Oh well, yeah, that sounds like an easier option.
And then we can
Info.
all skim read it and miss what it does.
7 charges, recharges an amount daily.
Okay, so how much was it? Only 100 for Great Restoration, David?
It's oh shit, I don't remember.
Why don't we ask Estrid again, who has Greater Restoration?
Great Restoration 5th level requires Darwin Dust with at least 100 GP.
Right.
5th level.
So we can spend some time up here preparing ourselves.
Spells.
Yeah, like end of a long rest, you and Trisk can both attempt your saves, and on failures, Estrid comes and goes hello.
Yeah, I'd have
Only do it once
to
per
prepare it
day.
tomorrow.
Yeah. How many
you can only
fifth
cast
slots
it
is-
once.
You just have the one slot, right?
Just one.
Yeah. You do it once. We could keep Trisk tied up and do tomorrow with the tied up Trisk. if we
Just
need.
Why
lit-
wouldn't you do Trisk first? and not me?
Trisk can fit in a barrel and we can just leave him in the...
Because people don't bat an eye if we treat Trisk like an animal.
Yes.
Well, he is.
We can literally just chuck a tied up Trisk as fast as backpack and away we go.
He's only semi-sentient.
But yeah, I reckon that's just what we do. Like, so we've got 8 hours to kill before a long rest. I imagine Murder's gonna keep going with his rune shit. How far through
I
that
feel
is he
like he
actually?
was interested to look at the rocks as well, but
Oh,
I feel
true, he
like
did
a
look
few
at
of
the rocks,
us...
didn't he? Yeah,
Yeah,
he did.
I'm gonna start harvesting rocks and stuff wherever I can.
Bathroom is down.
Alright.
Fuck all.
You got a pickaxe, Estrid?
Oh, I believe
We got pickaxes when we were
had
mining
some.
silver.
We
Did
left
you bring the
those
pickaxes
in the
up
car.
with you?
Because my one is in my backpack the whole time. But like, I don't know what
Svalfin,
you
can I
guys-
borrow your pickaxe?
Can you use a large pickaxe?
I mean, I'm pretty strong.
I'm guessing that was a silent, but probably not intended to be silent. No. from the
No.
DM.
Well, I can use it, but have disadvantage on my checks.
Why do you have disadvantage?
He's
Because
very
of the
tired.
exhaustion.
Dingbat, don't be disadvantaged.
Finally, Jake
use...
gets to tap into his mean side because
If
he's got an
I-
excuse.
If I use enlarge reduce on the pickaxe...
It's not yourself, mate. What do you mean?
Oh, no,
If you enlarge
actually.
yourself, then you're more effective at mining and you can use the pickaxe.
Yeah, do that.
No, cast enlarge on the pickaxe.
Alternatively, if so, Svatha's got
Can you even
disadvantage,
cast
you
enlarge
break-
reduce on objects?
I don't know, but
Yeah, but it lasts a minute though, so it's not
Oh.
really going to be helpful.
You know, I'm just gonna do it with disadvantage. Whatever.
Yeah, it's the classic cast reduce on the door and make it just fall out of its frame.
Okay, guys, what am I mining?
should keep that in mind.
Break up the denser crystal rocks around here. so
Yeah,
we can't
all
find
these big
anything,
ones.
useful.
Hey, Osborne, what am I rolling to attempt to mine this shit?
You are making a strength check.
Seven.
I assume we're free to just walk our characters around.
Yeah. Unless you're tied up.
Oh, fuck, sorry.
I rolled
You
for what
do
trait
not
is this?
This is over the 8 hours.
Nice.
You succeed in smashing up some rocks. You do not succeed in harvesting anything useful.
Great success, lads.
Maybe come back when you are less exhausted.
Wait, did he?
Honestly, like,
Oh.
even spending like tomorrow's downtime before traveling up here.
How many rocks did you do?
I don't know. How many
Look,
rocks
there's a
am I
lot of
shooting up?
rock and a heck of a lot of crystal here. We will have more opportunities yet. And I don't see Svarthan working with his incredible characteristic alacrity at the moment, so...
No. At some point, I'm gonna transform into Elf as well to just go back to full HP and then back to Spartan.
Fair enough.
The best type of downtime. The regenerating downtime.
Yeah.
He's
I mean, you gotta make
so
use of it, you know?
sleepy.
Alright, I'm going to spend the time that we've just blocked out as downtime to like patrol the local area and get a feeling for what's nearby.
I'm gonna roll on the short term minutes. Do you
He's
have
gonna
a
roll on the
table with
short-term
boundary
minutes?
or? Otherwise I'll look it up.
You have to look it up.
Yeah, let's say what he wants to do up here, or are you just gonna let him do his thing when he gets here anytime now?
I mean, he wants rocks, but like he does not have the means for rocks. Only Svarthan has the means to rock.
Oh, but he'll ask about it for
Only
at least
Svarthan
a
can rock and
while.
stone.
Rock and stone.
Ah! Split it back! Ah!
I love how Discord just hates Jake screaming. He just like instantly just like.
What kind of madness does he suffer?
No, that was Astrid immediately catching... Kindly. No.
Ah! The mind splitter's back! Ah!
So, what I'm seeing is we could
Thank
cast it
you.
now. The intention was to wait until a long rest to see if we can...
Estrud
it
has to
after?
prepare it.
Right.
Can't cast what isn't prepared, at least of that level.
You know, if we'd like, I could knock him out non-lethally.
And I'd have to try to
Sudden
heal.
flashbacks to the Jake's campaign.
The what?
How does it work if, like,
When we like took a prisoner, we're just like knocking him out with big guy repeatedly.
No.
if
Every
like
time you woke up.
one of those checks
All
where
day.
like
And then didn't
You
you
have to
chop
be,
him into
um,
pieces and flush him down the fucking toilet?
I think I went down the bath, if I remember correctly.
That was messed up.
Fucking horrible. Don't worry,
you is that?
we have no intent of cutting you into pieces and washing you down a drain.
Who was that?
I don't know, you guys are like, how do we dispose of the body? You guys were regular citizens, except for fucking Lucian.
It was probably Lucian's idea. Let's be real.
Everyone else was just regular law-abiding citizens.
No, I wasn't.
But and then you
no,
all
we
agreed
were-
to flush him down the toilet.
I was like 7 days old. What do you mean?
Yeah, fair.
All he knows was not the
Dude,
The other was a cafe worker.
Look up some dude.
playing a chaotic evil character is fun.
There was a cafe worker, there was a fucking herbalist, slash surgeon, and Dallas's character was like a, I don't know, like a bit of a thug for hire sort of scenario.
Estrud, you asking something?
Hello.
Estrud's fading out.
Oh.
Hello.
A couple minutes. I just need to make tea because my house is like literally a freezer. It's so cold. Now I have to either have internet or heater plugged in. There's no option between the two.
Noise.
That's
sacrifices
really
one must make.
The correct option is internet.
Should
Right,
rent out your
well, it
house,
seems
you
like-
said. It'll be
Seems
fun.
like
you said.
internet is actually better, which is interesting.
Great
Whoa.
success.
Your webcam looks more HD.
Yeah. It almost looks 5G.
I think
Wow,
it's just-
5G webcam.
I think I'm just
yeah,
extremely attractive. Sorry. That's
Context.
Alright,
Hanlik
baby.
and Triska having a time.
He's gone. He's gone.
Damn it.
He just said
Didn't I say
BRB.
for context?
Yeah, for
Astrid.
context, you're gone.
Everyone shut up. Let Estrud ask the question.
All I was saying was with regards to them being split mind, what happens in the case of like those sort of checks or spells where it's like the person needs to be consensual? Like, what if are they just like semi-consensual to being knocked out? You know, like to like automatically pass.
Depends what it is.
I think the answer there is you just sit and wait until they say, okay, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, agreed.
Unless they are lying.
What is the casting time for Greater Restoration?
I assume it's an action, right?
Yeah.
Excuse me while I roll down.
Yeah, it's an action. You don't even need to be. It doesn't even need to be a willing creature.
You will be healed. Fuck you.
I was just meaning in terms of like knocking someone out for
I
the
didn't
night.
want that arm back.
Since when do you need to be willing to be knocked out?
I don't know. It just came as a thought for those sort of things, or it's like, you know, because they got the two mind thing going. How does this work?
The situation is a willing like participant
Yeah.
is not a viable option when they are unconscious. Would be the only major concern there.
I've mentioned this before, but Pathfinder assumes consent when you're unconscious.
Yes.
I hate the implication, but that does seem much more practical.
That's terrible.
All right. Is anyone else going to do anything for the 8 hours?
I'm assuming Gallus when he gets back.
We'll get to that when he's here. But for now, no one else has got anything to do.
Pyres a reaction.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then you may begin a long rest. Are you taking watches?
I will not be.
Fair
Why not?
enough.
I'm
Why
using
not?
the optional rest action to recover 2 points of exhaustion.
How much exhaustion do you have?
3, but one of them will go by default. One of them goes from long rest, and the other one I need to then get removed somehow, which will come from that.
Why does one of them go by default?
Because it is from a failed death save, which comes from ending a burning rage. And the other two came from con saves after using Light of Fury.
Would anyone like to be taking a watch? I don't think you have enough for a full night,
I
but
have good watches now. I will take a watch.
cool. At what time period would you like to take a watch?
When should we start the overall long rest? Logically, as soon as we can.
8
What time
PM.
of day even is it? 8? 8 o'clock.
Sun's still up. Classic northern climate.
First
Oh,
watch at 8.
I'll take a
Till
watch
right
after
now.
you.
So we only have 3 watches capable right now. Can the Draken do
Lochner
a
can
watch?
take a watch.
Draken and Lochner share a watch. Easy.
Alright, then you have enough for a full watch. Right,
The Draken
Vicky
went
first.
down
What's up, Shug?
bottom. I guess the Draken would have come back up straight after.
It's sort of a failed death save. If that counts.
Check it, gamers.
It's nice and quiet. The weather is ba-ba-bum.
It was snowing before.
Clear.
No, it was clear, right? It went to clear.
But yeah, there's no large animals up on this like cliff top. Just birds.
Yeah, hunting isn't going to happen up here either. I figured.
What if we hunt birds?
I'm not sure that would feed enough, considering Swath capacity for eating.
Gentlemen,
Sundown.
remember to eat your rations.
Estrid was taking a watch right after.
Oh well. What a deceptive gander.
I want to use Stockholm rations again
I
soon.
was like, why is it giving me
95
another
dollars.
pop-up? It's trying to get me to use Bardic Inspiration on my
Yeah, that's gone. That's gone.
It's been several hours.
bullet anyway.
Because yeah, I go through a lot of rations at once, hey.
Hungry. Hey,
Oh,
one.
That's a good C.
Fucking hell! Sheesh. Yeah. There's really nothing to see though up here's the thing. You see birds.
See dragon into your soul.
You see. Uh,
The face of the DM.
Strange user interface floating high above you.
yes. You.
It's like, damn, what can I get her to see?
Ain't shit, Captain.
Yeah, no, that's all you. That's all you see. But
What the?
Something
you're extremely confident that there are no large animals or anything up on this little cliff top buttress thing that you're up on.
And then I immediately turn around and trip over Svartha and go, man, there was a big thing here I didn't see.
Yep. Svalin doesn't wake up because he's slumbering, and you can't wake him up unless he
That's the word
takes
I was
damage.
looking for. Thank you. Please don't damage him. He wants to sleep.
Oh, I think it damaged me more. I stubbed my toe. Does
Look at
anyone
his tent.
else?
I'm not sure how you stumbled over him, but sure.
Does anyone else
Mal can take
taking
a watch
Mal?
next.
Yeah, we'll go for Mal. As soon as he's not here.
Alright, he has advantage, doesn't he?
It's not great for Mal.
Oh, great. Yeah, Mal doesn't really see anything. He sees that that the moon is not full.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, it was
Because the moon
covered up
wasn't
by a
real, you
cloud.
saw through it.
Oh.
And then Larkna and the Draken will take the last one. You can roll one for the Draken. Remember its keen senses.
Excuse me while I find the sheet.
Nice.
Yeah, he's got bloody advantage.
And for a +2, that's pretty solid.
Well, you don't die is the important part, really. As Larkna makes the rounds and wakes everyone up at 4 a.m. as the sun barely begins to lighten up again.
Oh, successful long rest. You love to see it.
Whoa.
I'm really happy how I managed to go from -2 to +7 on perception. Just recently. It's been very good to me.
Here come that boy.
Whoa!
Whoa!
He's looking for his headphones.
Oh,
Oh no, he's getting
Alright,
something out of his bag.
Risks need to make save.
there he is.
Karnlik does not make his save. Trisk does not make his save.
Oh no.
They're both still mind split.
So, Asher, do you want to go fix Karnlik's brain by any
Oh
chance?
no, sorry, I forgot to prepare the spell, guys.
Oh no.
Shame. Just have to try again tomorrow.
Yeah. And it'd suck if I forgot tomorrow.
We're out going to try and find a room.
I mean,
That's
I'd
not
say it would
safe.
kind of suck because we'd run out of food pretty quickly.
Probably actually have my long rest first before I go clicking buttons.
Might be a good idea.
An idea it is.
Same for Dragon.
I was at -65 hit points.
Oh, that's right, because the vital surge came off.
Up past the vital surge.
Sure. Greater thinger. Hocus pocus, your mind is no longer bogus.
Can I just have a quick, so they chase the thing around until they beat it up.
We
This is
banished it
different.
first to set up beating it up and then beat it up when we got it back.
Yep, I understand that, but what are you fighting now?
We are fixing the brains of people who got mind fucked because it's
Oh,
permanent
okay.
on them until they pass a in-save DC 15 after a long rest.
I just got confused
worth
because I
noting
saw
that the-
Aged Mind Splitter in the chat, but it was 6 days ago.
Yep.
The
Oswald, you
issue
just
is that the
And again for Dallas.
effect reduces their int.
What was that, Andrew?
I'm gonna chuck the ability back in chat so Dallas can say it.
No, scroll up.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, Dallas, you can start.
I just.
Actually, it's like at the top of today's chat. The
I didn't
first,
see the timestamp. Is all.
yeah, go to the roles section. It's at the top,
How did I fucking set this shit up?
and yeah, it's like
DM-based wizardry.
so like.
I'm free.
So yeah, we've fixed up Karnak now. Trisk has still got a brain that's
He's
going
having a
mad every
nap.
like second round. We've got him tied up and gagged, so we can't do shit.
So is there...
Make
what
sure you
level spell is
mark
that?
off the charge on the Gildan Mage Rod Estrid.
Oh yeah, hey.
It's rough because it's only a 50-50 that it actually regenerates once per day.
That's fine. It's got 7 charges.
Also, Dallas, you've got yesterday's downtime if you want to do it. We've just finished a long rest.
Oh yeah, 8 hours to do something.
I think
You wanted
that's
to move
finishing
rooms?
off the thing
You
for
wanna-
Andrew.
Did you want? No, you're doing yours still. But did you want to do things up here
Nani?
with the area where we're just in, like looking at stuff?
What hasn't been looked at?
I mean, we've tried to harvest rocks.
Well, you
Swapping
tried
rolled
and
badly
broke a
because he was
bunch.
exhausted.
Barden's the
we've
only
got
one who has a pickaxe on him.
Yeah, we've got a small bit of crystal off one of the things early on.
So there's a chance we'll get arcane stuff if we successfully harvest these, I believe.
With my 8 hours of downtime, I will spend the first portion of it going within 30 feet of everything just to see if there's any runic energy.
There's not.
Cool.
Yeah, there was 8 hours left on your room being moved to Loki's room.
Yeah, I move it to mine.
You get 6 blocks of those 8 done. I imagine you can walk around everything here within an hour.
So the only harvesting would be done with a pickaxe, basically.
Yeah, we've got to actually get the... Goods
You
out of the
could
rock.
attempt to, but it would be at disadvantage
And it was
because
fun.
you're having to go around just like physically like breaking off crystals and hoping you get lucky.
And what skill check would this be?
That's strength. With
Strength, yeah.
So it
Strength with
was,
disadvantage. Wow.
Hmm.
I don't think I'm gonna do that.
it was, fuck, what's his name? Trisk that was still mind-fucked, right?
yeah, we've
Yep.
got him tied up and gagged still.
Well, I can actually ritual cast, because the cap there is 5th level spells, so I can just take like an hour or so and ritual cast it on him.
So that doesn't reduce the material cost still, but
Yeah, it just means we use 2
saves you a spell
charges.
slot that you don't have.
Well, it means
also
I can
means we
cast
fix
it
him up
twice
now.
per day, because I can cast it with a slot and then I can just ritual cast it.
That's
Yeah.
good. I mean,
I'm forward wasting an hour.
I am I am more than fond of the idea of us recuperating fully from this particular encounter, outside of the any other wounds that
Yeah,
we picked
put
up.
the ritual cast talent in chat so I can read it.
Hidden rituals.
May-
Or secret rituals, I don't remember which.
Hidden.
We should spend another bit of downtime up here so his father can try and harvest some more rocks, I reckon.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Takes 10 minutes
Easy.
plus an additional 10 minutes per level of spell, so
An hour for a 5th level.
yeah, about an hour.
Exactly an hour.
60 minutes.
Okay.
David,
What else?
has that food in the cart?
In the cart,
Yes. Or like slash on us.
so on us we have whatever's in the bag of colding if you're still carrying that. If not, then it's just rations on us.
The bag of cotton was in the cart, I was pretty sure.
Yep. We didn't intend to spend too long here. The cart food is generally... I mean, that's got another day's, that's 31 pounds, and then the bag of colding has about a day and a half of stuff because it's got some extra like
If we
specialized
spend
things.
another day's worth of downtime here, how's
If
it
we
going
spend
with
another
monthly rate?
day, the meat in the cart will spoil.
Isn't like no, like the days with the downtime here, then end the day at the cart.
Oh yeah.
Like, is that how does? Because then we wouldn't be hunting today. Is the thought? Like, is our food?
We have enough for food in the cart for 2 days, but half if we, like what we don't consume today will go off from the.
How are we so short on food all the time? I feel like we have
Because
all the
Father
time.
eats like the width of the cart's worth of meat every 15 hours.
How much do you consume a day?
What's the
Father
combined
consumes
usage of the party
32 pounds of fucking meat a day.
What's the usage of the party minus Father?
So it's. Sorry, no. 32 is for the whole party. Father is 15 or 16 of those. Yeah. We go through 32 total. Oh, with Hathlan and Trisk is 35, sorry. Yeah, 35 pounds. We have just under that in terms of loose meat, and then there's plenty in the bag of cold. Like, there's still a fair bit in the bag of cold, so.
So, yeah, so Svala needs almost the entirety of the party's food consumption.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, 16
I mean,
pounds
being large
on his own.
plus being werewolf is what does that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like double.
He was already big, and then he doubled it.
So anyway, that means we can spend another 8 hours downtime if we want to.
Now you understand my general counter stance to anyone else gaining any beast traits.
Hey, Sparth and
one
bite me.
Because we would fucking eat this entire region out.
Yes, Mal.
So I rolled that just because I couldn't jump in, but I'm gonna spend however many hours I have left doing my best to get a section of either rock or crystal that in some way might resemble a weapon that I could then bond to and put into the ether.
But fun fact, you're better with that tech than Spartan did.
Like a stick of it, basically.
Sure, you can get just like a big piece of crystal.
And I'm
So
gonna
is this
spend an
with-
hour making it one of my packed weapons, and it goes in the armory.
Was this with the yesterday's downtime?
Yep.
And then today you could like finish off your rune or something?
Yeah, sure.
Too easy.
So just we're on the same page.
Yep.
It is just a crystal.
That's effectively a improvised
What's
weapon.
your point?
I'm just making sure you're aware this isn't Yggdrasil wood or anything.
I'm just taking it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm assuming
cool.
this method was just to be able to transport it easily and just have it bamfed out and say, yeah, cool, I got this lying around somewhere.
All right.
Might be able to pretend it's a magic weapon at some point.
You get a nice big Crash Bandicoot crystal.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, and then yeah, today's downtime, I
And it
guess.
just is like a purple chunk of crystal, right?
Purpley blue chunk of crystal.
I should have like somewhere to put this. Journal.
Just create a new item in the loot section and put it there.
Nah.
Oh yeah, so today's downtime. I'm gonna spend the 8 hours trying to harvest bits of rock that people wanted again from yesterday and not have disadvantage today.
I'm gonna hunt during this downtime.
Good luck.
Remember, we have to carry all that stuff down the cliff.
I have a 19 on my strength check, Osborne, to harvest with a pickaxe.
Slightly can carry it. He'll be fine.
Roll
is-
a D100.
Remember, you probably don't want to hunt
That's
up
not
top
again,
here.
Southern.
Ugh.
You get a single common arcane essence.
Holy shit, dude.
We're just not
Sick.
meant to get anything good up here, are we?
Apparently, the higher road was a mistake. I'm gonna spend the 8 hours that he's gathering rock shit to find plant stuff in the woods. Just like whatever I find, eh?
Sure thing.
I mean, I'm not too upset about 8 hours to get an arcane essence. That's pretty good, right?
It could be better, but at this point,
Better money than
we'll
mine
take
so
scraps.
I mean, if you take that just on its own, would you spend 8 hours downtime to get a common arcane essence?
Yes.
Exactly.
2 D100s.
If we
Or
found an arcane reagent spot, we wouldn't need to arcane essence spot. We would.
Sure.
Why is that rolling as... Whatever.
If I were to use a spell like Identify or Detect Magic, would that help us?
Hang on. 35 is a common cure. Yeah, both common curatives. So DC 10 wisdom check.
Can I add my? I can add my herbalism proficiency to this.
If you have a herbalism kit on you, yes,
Sure do.
then you sure can.
We don't need any more common curatives. How many do we have in the cart?
Hey, we can always make cool
20.
stuff with common curatives.
Yeah, they are useful.
There's also the thing where you can like synthesize reagents into essences.
Wow, that was garbage.
That is
I
a
can find out how that
failure
works again. What was it?
Oh my god.
and another failure.
Mate, what are these rolls?
You suck. Anyway,
Yeah,
Astrid,
apparently.
what were your bloodying?
I was just, if I use bloody Identify or Detect Magic, would that be handy for picking up essences and stuff?
No,
Nah.
it is just a smashing apart rocks and hoping that there's some concentrated magic in a part of it.
Fair.
Most of the concentrated magic was in the thing that Svarthen broke.
I blame Ash for telling me to smash it. I mean, it seemed like the right choice at the time, but it was still your choice. Yeah. Cool. Anyone else doing things in the downtime up here?
I'm hunting.
Good luck.
What size creature are you hunting for that you have a
Medium.
weapon for?
With a
There
longbow.
are literally no medium creatures up here.
Time to go for smalls.
Uh,
Extra
yeah,
small. Hunt for
okay.
bugs.
Overpowered for.
Is that the case? I have to go smaller?
You're on a isolated little like buttress cliff thing. There are no medium size. There's no animals up here except like birds.
Sure. I'll look for small then, I guess.
Cool. What weapon do you have?
I still just have a longbow. Does that provide like disadvantage or something, or what's the
Like a
the
-3 or something.
Mm,
DC is increased by 3 if it's an unsuitable weapon.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool. Yeah. Make you 2 checks.
Where's nature?
Oh, one of those was exceptional, so roll a d4.
Sick.
Find a single plump like falcon
Nice.
that
I
you reckon would be good eating.
And then it is Dex.
X check with proficiency. Yeah, that'll do it.
Cool. How long does this hunt take?
2 hours.
2 hours.
Hey, I'm gonna do some more hunting then. Let's go again.
So the first one was a failure, but the second one's a success, so you can attempt them both again at disadvantage. No. Last one failed again.
Darn.
4 hours.
Okay.
Damn.
Cool. Second lot of third hour period. Damn it.
Rolling the
Stop
14s.
What? Hey.
Nice.
Also with
Exceptional
disadvantage.
on disadvantage. Nice.
1d4.
16, yeah. Whoa.
4 big old fatty birds. That's a kill.
Thumbs
You
up.
can
Disadvantage
keep going at disadvantage on the rest.
based on how many attacks you have in a turn. I
Like
think.
on the first turn of combat, I can have up to 4.
Yeah.
But on the turns after that, I have up to 3.
The first turn of hunting. Making a lightning strike.
Yep. I Nope. It still kills it though. It's got like no hit points, but it's a bad kill.
Cool. I'll roll the fourth one.
Clean.
Minus a 4 from that. Too many 4s. So 15.
Again.
Yep.
So that was 1 bad kill and 3 good kills. 4
So
good kills if we count the
Total of
first
4,
one.
yeah.
4 good kills.
Small.
And I'll leave it there and I'll come back to sort of harvest them.
Yep, it'll take you 50 minutes to harvest all 5 of these.
Cool. I'll come back and harvest them all. So that'll be 4 good kills, 1 bad kill. What's the bad?
2d4 for the good, 1d4 for the bad.
Okay.
But if you fail your harvesting check, then it'll be halved for each one again.
Do I have to do a check for each creature?
Yeah.
Wisdom, survival, or intelligence, nature. Cool. Let's do some nature checks.
How good your
One.
bird plucking?
I failed the second one. So that's 3d4. So, oh no, it's
Yeah, it's 3 so far.
is it, or is it after I roll it? It gets halved.
No, you get
It isn't like you halve the amount of food
one
gained.
from that
Like,
animal.
It's just cleaner to halve the dice.
Sure. So 3d4,
5.
5d4. What does that do in this context?
Nothing.
No, it's 7d4,
And then the bad kill.
8d4. 20.
Solid, actually.
Yeah, can't complain about that.
Harvest.
20 pounds.
20
That's enough
pounds
to
of
feed his father.
Bird. I come back with 5 quite large like birds of prey slung over my shoulder. Pretty
Like
decent
tied
sized
to a
birds of
stick
prey.
or something.
Anyone else got downtime left? Or was that everyone you...
I do have, but I don't know what to do really. There's not much up here.
You could try gathering like I did. Considering that it's wisdom based, you might have better luck than I do.
It would push us back like an hour.
What was that,
but
gathering?
that's fine.
Well, we already said we were spending 8 hours.
It's more if you're spending 8 hours gathering after it's 1 hour of casting ritual.
Right.
But like that's fine realistically.
Yeah, I'm fine
just
to do
cuts
nothing.
it. Consider a morning in which we're going to get a better position.
I mean, instead of our sleeps being like 8 to 4, it'll be like 9 to 5.
I literally can't even hear the word position without thinking about missiles.
Roll 2d100.
It's farther than you had to carry the 20 pounds with me.
No, I think I'll struggle.
Sorry, 2D100?
A 31 and a 6.
Yeah, it's meant to be like 2 separate rolls, but that works
That's
too.
fine.
Yeah.
A 6 is nothing. 31 is a common curative.
Ooh, common curative reagents. I gotta make more potions, huh?
Was that wisdom check yet to make, or was it like...
Yeah, it's wisdom, and you can add proficiency with a herbalism
I
if you
didn't
have
add
and
any
are proficient with one. So you just roll wisdom.
Ability.
That's my issue, is I'm using intelligence with herbalism kits to get all my crafting stuff done.
Success.
So is that
Put a,
one curative?
Common curative reagent into your kit, and I'll put it in the car once we get down there.
Drag it from the items directory, search
Yeah.
one curative reagent, and then yes, drag it to your inventory. And yeah, now finishes moving Loki's around. Will be.
Whoop-de-doo.
That's inventory, that'll do. Yeah.
Alright.
Right.
Tie it to your belt buckle, as is the style these days.
Was that sorry?
So is that on your armor? What's
the lucky room?
Leather. It's not in the items directory yet. because you have not studied it to learn all the effects.
That was adding like. What was it adding in? Like 3 health points. Oh, no, it was basically a modifier.
Huh?
What was that doing again?
Lets you teleport as a reaction and
Oh, was
leave
that
an
one?
illusion of yourself where
Yeah.
you were.
I was thinking of the other one.
What you're thinking of is Faye.
Yeah. The other room that was off of there.
So, right, so we're heading. We're gonna head back, or are we?
We're gonna go down the cliff, hey?
Yeah. Was there
I
any?
thought we were letting Andrew do more mining.
I did. We got an arcane essence.
Yeah, but there's still
Helmet.
more than that.
We'd have to
That's
stay here
shit
4
money.
days without
Nine all
food.
day and 9 all night.
Yeah, like the issue is food per time up here, which doesn't seem very equivalent.
So did you add the extra food to your inventory, Andrew?
I was memorizing the you right now, and then
Copy.
put it in the cart later.
Righto.
So
Let's get
from
down this cliff before it gets any later.
yeah,
unless you
from
wanna
the
hang out
climb
here forever.
upwards, did we get sort of a rough gauge of like how many units tall this thing is that we're on?
It was 1 travel action's distance upwards.
Moving at half speed, so
Right. So
4 miles.
Several miles.
2 miles. 2
Um,
miles.
Big.
how does that convert into feather falling?
It converts into, let's not do the maths, and let's spend a travel action moving down.
60 feet per round for 1 minute is 360 feet. No, 3,600.
Is fair way.
How many feet in a mile?
Turn it up. It's 5,280.
What I'm hearing is, we're spending a travel action moving down.
Yeah, it'd be 3 feather falls.
Or
Extra
No.
1 hour, that was one.
or
Because of, I spent the hour
We're not
casting.
doing base jumping.
I do it by myself because you're all too pussy, and then I just cast it about a third of the way down.
Spartan would jump
And then
down without
you-
the featherfall.
That is true. He could just cast it once near the bottom.
Yeah,
That's why I was saying let's not
Falling
do base
500
jumping
feet
because
around.
that's fucking dangerous.
I'm doing it because it casts as a reaction. So
Reaction when you start falling.
reaction when I deem necessary, as in, oh shit, I need to pull the parachute.
Which you, it says one reaction
You'll
which
be
you
judged.
take when
They
you
call
or a
it
creature within 60
intelligence
feet of
check.
you falls.
Well, I mean, I am falling.
Or we could just spend a travel action.
I like the idea, Matt, but if you fall and die, we won't get to you before you are dead.
No, I'll just wait up here till you're down, and then I'll jump off.
At which point, why aren't you just traveling as well?
Because it's less fun.
Look, Matt, legit. Some of us could just jump down and, yeah. Big barbarian taking up.
We just get angry and then we're fine, which is stupid. But it's,
I mean, what's the maximum for damage?
and for what it's worth, we would take pretty nasty injuries.
Yeah, what's the damage from terminal velocity?
What is the
20
max?
20d6.
Jesus.
I mean, max damage is, what, 120 off that? So,
You could take this.
legit, if I'm raging, would it be a wound?
What is that
I
from?
could take it.
It would be a wound.
Sir Claymore!
Good old.
Yeah, what was it? What were we fighting? We're fighting
was a
dragons.
Some fucking wizard.
It was
Some
like
nerd.
It was like a reality wizard who wanted to set up a theme park, except that he didn't quite understand the concept of safety standards and made
And
a
consent.
shitty theme park.
So what I'm hearing is that we spend a travel action coming.
Cool. Carnleek, make your navigation check.
Please, I swear.
Can I check out the difficulty of the Goblin Tribe while we head down?
I see them.
Yes, greatly below.
Cool.
Voice. Probably lots of them. Probably lots of them.
Actually,
I
that's
guess I'll
another
take the
point.
opportunity to do the same thing with the gold mine. Do we think there are hostile threats there?
I mean, there might be, who knows? Which checks are you trying to because CJ?
That was the other thing I should ask about. If there was to be a drop down, would like looking over the edge of the cliff, is it even like straight enough down that you're not just gonna like smack into the mountain halfway
It's
down?
pretty straight. It's
Yeah?
pretty straight.
So,
Like, on the grand scale, you'd probably hit it about halfway down.
considering
like-
though, like you do the, you know, the flying man sort of move.
Over your way.
Can you do that with Featherfall? Does it let you do that? I don't think it does.
I mean, I'm just like realistically though, you could parachute person your way down, like with, you know, you do the fancy move and you go forward and back and shit.
How long would you be
stop
falling
maintaining
for?
this line of
2
thought.
miles. It's like a good like 20 seconds, I think.
Yeah, it's got like 500 feet per round or something.
Yeah, I think the general is about 500 feet per round.
Alright, let me see if you get lost.
I check?
I'm checking.
Please don't teleport us to the midnights.
I mean, I could get a run up and
What'd
jump
you roll?
as well.
A 16, you did.
Oh shit.
No.
You just gotta teleport us to the road.
As in you did it.
Hey!
Yeah.
You didn't fail.
We climbed down.
Great success.
Oh, guys,
Alright, that's travel action.
guys, he's on the phone. Let's all pretend to be on the phone.
Pass the Bible.
Oh yeah, what's up, Caleb? Oh, is that some tasty popcorn? Looks like popcorn. You eating popcorn?
When he's not, so it's like you're responding to him.
I don't even know. Is it pretty good?
Okay, so travel actions heading towards this route. Like, so Jake brought up the idea of did we want to like head to the Rokkermenni traders camp and have that like try to vibe with them, and then like expeditions heading out from there, so we're not like leaving our cart in some weird place.
Oh, that is a good point, but it does mean backtracking. But that is a good point.
It's backtracking, which is time. It's also not coming from an easier direction to actually get potentially around the areas, like north or south approach means not directly past Galdrawi or Trolls, despite it being their territory still.
I feel
I think
like
probably our best line of approach is like through here.
we've done pretty well hiding the cart here, and that's pretty close to that place. So yeah, I feel like if we did it there, that'd be
And then march.
pretty good. Like,
Now, obviously, the correct answer is to take over the Goblin Tribes area and just live there. Like kick them out, take over their home.
It's
Yeah,
because
no, I
they're
do
weak. Like there will probably be like 100 of them or something.
Yeah, no, I do tend to agree though. Like this sort of
Did
direction there and cut down.
What was the
It's
result of the
reasonable.
abandoned gold mine? Sorry. Of checking out the abandoned gold mine.
Mm-hmm.
I had Woodbickley was
What big
checking,
click?
scoping out gold mine.
Yeah.
So basically, the checking it out is tells you what a typical example of that point of interest the combat
Right.
difficulty is, which is why like the Yggdrasil route has no combat difficulty because a typical example has none. For a mine, it's kind of the same story where there could be things in it, but
You don't know what's
it's
there.
just like
Yeah,
it's a free for all of
Yeah, fair enough.
what could be in a mine.
That makes sense. So what is the... If we travel from here, like, directly down, like, considering the size of each hex, being a mile, is that getting too close to, like, the elementals of the Kaini?
What are we doing?
We're working out the best approach to the
guys, Caleb hung up on me.
What the fuck?
So rude.
Dude, he
Yeah,
said
yeah.
something really mean to me and I threw my phone.
It's coming from this area is getting just as close to the Kaini are as it would be from, like, this area.
I guess it just,
Yeah,
in,
but we're off track for longer there, I think.
in terms of foliage and things that are good enough to hide carts, what are we looking at around this sort of terrain?
Yep.
Really not much. The occasional tree.
I just realised that
Like-
because if you're looking at where we just came was kind of a bit more
Yeah, I was
green.
about to What is the like, Matt? How many miles from where we are to get like via like from like this sort of area to then go down to the route?
That
Like,
many?
no, like, heading
Whoever's
out,
controlling
like,
that?
this sort of area. I was
Jesus.
thinking about, but like, what was that total? 12. How far can we move in a day off road?
Let's do. Are they 4 mile blocks? 8 mile blocks. Can't remember. I think it's 8 mile blocks.
'Cause if it's-
Yeah, I think it's 8 mile blocks in any limit of one train. It's just including. We can move 10 miles for one day.
So okay, if it's 8 mile blocks, then we've still got 24 miles left today. If that route is 12 miles, we could get there and back theoretically in today. We could like split the travel action between getting back. I'm not sure if we can do that though. We couldn't, could we actually?
Is that 8 miles, DM?
Huh?
Was that travel action normally 8 miles?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I just feel like it's normally less than that.
You split a travel action to like.
It
spend
was
half-
6 miles for a while until you offloaded enough weight of the cart.
Right.
extra
Actually,
mule.
we just went the other way around and got a
Extra
mule.
mule. Right, yeah.
Can you split a travel action? So like do 4 miles, do stuff, and then do another 4 miles. It's like an hour of travel, stuff, an hour
I
travel.
don't think we could in the past. It's like when you
Like, it depends what it is, really. If it's like, stopping to cast a spell or two, then yeah, but it's
Okay.
like, if you're stopping to interact with a point of interest or something,
Okay.
then no.
Because, yeah. I'm just thinking about, like, where we are right now is actually a decent spot for hidden cart. And it'd be 2 travel actions to get to where the route is. And back, and then another 2 to get back. So that would be a day's travel, theoretically.
I don't agree that this is a good place to just leave the cart. Like,
It's
yeah,
more-
it
more
survived
hidden, yeah, is the
one
thing,
long
but-
rest here, but we're also still halfway between the these Green Knight people who've been told are basically just as bad as the trolls.
Mm-hmm.
And
Can
we're
I break the
we're
cart up
literally
into individual objects
3 miles
and
away from
summon
it, and then 3 miles
as
away from these
weapons?
blue women who are not as dangerous.
No.
Jake, I think
Still
it was
likely to be
more-
hostile.
it might be easier to hide here in terms of cover than out in the more plains type area. But that could be wrong with me.
Yeah, it probably is easiest to hide, but it's still risky.
Mhm.
Look, so I don't really mind what our approach is and where we leave the card as much, but I think we still want to consider the idea that our first approach should not be with everyone, sort of
Agreed.
thing, because we're not quite stealthy enough for that. The other thing is whether or not we want to be moving at a slower pace so that we can stealth. Because if correct me if I'm wrong, DM, but if we want to roll stealth checks, we have to move at half pace.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll increase our time to get there. I just think that in the past we've rushed in and just taken the straight line route, and we should learn that that doesn't really work.
Oh yeah, full frontal
Mostly
assault.
different. So my vibe is to go to the Rokkermenni camp because 1, it's a point of interest. 2, it's a potential point of safety. 3, it's a potential point of knowledge. So we can go there, ask them if they know if these guys know anything else about these 2 specific entities here. Maybe it costs us a bit more coin, but whatever.
Just
And
the
then
only
once we've done that, then we can come back and go to the Yggdrasil route.
the only point of concern I have that I've just thought of is they're traveling merchants, right? That's like leaving our worldly possessions with a bunch of traveling merchants.
It's also a pretty permanent camp, so not.
Until we come back and it's gone.
We can still leave
You could pay for
hat
this
land
area,
there.
probably.
Ah yeah, probably just pay them and look after it.
Now, I do want to butt in and point out this is the exact type of conversation I'm trying to encourage you guys to have during the week.
Mhm.
I'm going to be a bit of a hard ass about this because the more time you guys spend in the session talking about stuff that could be discussed in the week, the less time we all get to play. So please try to discuss this stuff during the week.
Well, yeah. I'm good for. I guess it's just gonna be easier if we go to the Rokkermenni camp.
What even were we talking about?
Ways to get to the road.
Okay. I just started speaking in response to whatever someone said but wasn't listening because it felt like admin.
Because the sort of vibe is like like if we go stealthily, it's going to be a more than 1 day round trip from from anywhere on the road to get to and from the route.
I'll just say we decided to go stealthily in chat. So is there a reason that no one voiced negative opinions on that?
I mean, that's the only plan I was given was Malbra there saying beeline stealth straight to the route. So that is the plan that I have prepped content for.
Why did if people disagree with that, why did no one respond?
Yeah, no work, I guess.
Anyway,
Stealthy, it's 4 tiles per action. So, in theory, from somewhere like here, it'd be like exactly 2 travel actions to get from like here to the route stealthily. Do we want to stealth the entire way, or is it just the last section?
probably just like the last section.
I was planning the entire way because there's dangerous things the entire way, isn't there?
Yep.
Green Knight Enclave.
What we're probably gonna have to do then, we're probably
guess
going
we're
to have to be camping out somewhere on this route. Like, so, not at on the route to the route.
On the route.
Sure. Because
On route to the
especially if we want people potentially scouting ahead when we get close, that's gonna be more time spent, so we're gonna need to camp somewhere.
What do we think approaching from this side? Like if we...
That was what
I mean,
we were
it's like,
talking about earlier.
if we go from the
Yeah.
left, it's closer to the Galdari. The right's closer to Earth Elementals.
Did I say beeline in chat? Because I think I implied that.
I didn't see it. You said that there wasn't like a go around or.
Personally,
They're just coming through this way just seems like a little
Seems
bit
a bit
safer.
more open, yeah.
A bit more. Sure, we're a little bit closer to the Galdari, but we
There's a body of
further
water
away
between.
from the Sky Trolls. Like I'm just kind of picturing this entire like rocky outpost area as probably somewhat under the Sky Trolls' dominion.
that's fair.
Or difficult terrain, possibly.
And same for this kind of Yeti pack. It's like this is probably where they hang out and they probably go hunting all throughout this area.
And yeah, just
so in that
just with the
case, we
Galdari,
travel
there's
to,
the
like-
body of water that could be potentially between where they can be coming in.
So what, we travel to like here or something and move stealthily to, I don't know, this sort of area, leave the cart there, so, like try to hide it, and then have a sneaky scouting people party go ahead to look at the route and come back.
Yeah.
And we like spend the night in this sort of zone, and then try to do an actual route visitation the following day.
That sounds sensible to me. Do we have? I mean, we have like 2 days worth of food now. We're gonna have to salt some of it, but that's 2 days worth of travel and behavior, so that works out for us.
Okay,
Okay,
so
what's
it's
the
like,
consensus then? Sorry.
so head to like here. From there, stealthily head out for 1 travel action to, where is it? Like
Andrew, is that
here or
my
so.
old
I
clone
reckon,
gunships,
yeah.
right?
What? No.
I reckon here.
Yeah, so head to here-ish. Yeah.
Sorry.
That's my pick.
From there, we would set up camp. I think it'd be the following day. A scouting party would go ahead, spend 2 travel actions going to the route and back to work out how shit stuff is, or viable. Then we set up 2 travel actions to go there and back to actually visit the route, and then from there we continue on as normal. So it's today getting to here. The following day is scout the route, visit the route, and here again. And then we'll be back on the road afterwards.
Sounds good.
Cool.
If we don't get mishaps in between.
But it's going to be the case of like,
We just
From
we just
here-
talked in chat about going straight to it, and I'm just
I mean, this is still fairly straight. It's just slightly around. Like
It's straight
slightly
without,
straight.
like-
after that message. Can I just say though?
Yeah.
So like, you guys did see it. I'm just confused.
I mean, this is still the same mindset of going somewhat straight there, but with adding in some
I
scouting.
mean,
and
like when you
slightly
when you
safer
say
routes.
straight, it's like that's our next destination rather than something else. And it's not like I had the founding.
Like, if
map
we
open
wanted
in
to
front
go
of me
straight-
decide the exact
Yeah.
route.
If we wanted to go straight there, we could just walk straight through the Earth Elementals, but, you know,
Right.
how far do you want to stretch the meaning of straight?
Well, let's not bandy about words. What I meant is that, like, we're taking literally the opposite direction, right? Like,
Sorry,
No,
Chris
no.
just said not gay, so...
Matt, if you don't go the road, then can you So that's David's grid line, isn't it?
Six.
Yeah,
is
I
there a
don't,
reason
I
we're
don't
not
touch
just gonna
things.
go?
Okay,
I don't actually
actually,
understand what the.
can you go from here like straight across to here and in this tile? Because then 4 squares to the movement would
Just trying to
actually
stay
get
on
us
the
to
road
there.
so that we don't get lost.
Sure. Just thinking about the end point, because then from there it's one travel action to get to where we're trying to get to. Although it actually doesn't make a difference, because we'd be ending there anyway. So ignore me.
I'm happy with that approach.
Cool. Honestly, even from there, we could go like directly like past the Goblin Camp down this sort of
Why would
road.
we want to go with
Yeah,
that close?
Well, we already are
Yeah.
within one tile of them for 2 tiles.
I know, but we're
at that
kind of like
point.
on a more well-traveled sort of route. Is I feel like the
They're
vibe.
going to be active around that point regardless.
Okay, so that is our travel action. Cool.
All right,
Are we
make
happy with
a
that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
make check.
I'll look for creatures.
Do we need to make a
Werewolves.
survival check for this one?
Who does? Me?
Um, not for this one. No. Alright, creatures, you say?
The edge.
Very large radius. Dallas, I assume you're gonna keep an eye out? David, what are you doing?
No creatures
I'm
detected.
going to search for places of power.
Flashes of power.
You find the meteor site.
Oh my god.
You might actually find out what the Green Knights are vibing over as well.
15 in a 12-mile radius.
I'm gonna be contrarian and just say I don't think this is that much safer. Seeing as we're getting close to the Green Knight Enclave, which is very dangerous.
I mean, we're not any closer to them than we currently were.
I just think we could have beelined
They're also
past the Earth
isolationist.
And yeah, I wasn't suggesting literally go through the Earth Elementals, but
Alright.
like go next to them or something.
You do find what the Green Knights are hanging out near.
Oh shit. Spirit Player Cave.
Hmm.
Is that a euphemism?
Yeah, for a spirit tree.
Is that
Oh,
the
it's
same
for
as a
trees, yeah, like for
Yujiro
RuneScape.
tree?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
He's got a funny little moustache.
yeah.
It's got the corporal beast inside. Is this a place of power? Don't think it's a place of power.
Darn. It's just a place.
Alright, that's what you find.
Do girls online?
You confirm the route is still there.
Whoa!
Good.
Wow, that's handy.
Yeah.
You're welcome, guys.
As we sort of pass
Malbra
close-
there sees signs of goblin activity up in the hills to the south.
That's right, it's a hill, isn't it?
They're mostly keeping their distance. You see, like, every now and then, a couple little, like,
Guys.
kind of like rocky, like little bits of little overhangs and stuff, where they've kind of just got like little wooden nooks that they're hiding in, and they're like peeking out at the cart, watching
these
as you go
goblins.
by. This is little goblins, little lads
The boblins.
watching as you go, but they do not make a move on your cart.
Goblins. Well, next action, shall we?
You do see actually a single goblin, kind of, as you've already mostly gone past, kind of seems to like follow you a little bit just to like get a gaze of you, and it appears to be riding on a creature, a quite large creature. Looks, where's the image?
How close is he getting?
He's keeping his distance.
Large?
Um,
As in, it's large or large in comparative to goblin?
both.
Okay.
He is like a little rat on this thing's back. Looks like this. It's going in your DMs because you're the only one who sees it.
Tries to look at classes reflection. Okay,
Yeah,
so
it kind of like rides up to, within a mile, but keeps its distance, watches you go, and then like turns its back as you guys move into your next travel action.
yeah, so what? Next travel action was to go to like here and then stealthily cut back to here.
That's the idea.
We can honestly stealth this action as well because it's only 4 tiles, so it's pretty worth
Fair.
doing.
Yeah, so normal for 4 tiles and then stealth for 2 tiles.
You can't mix and match. You got to do the whole one.
Cool. We'll
Like, we've
just
still got 2 travel actions, so yeah, stealth to where it's hovering, and then we'll stealth to here afterwards.
go- yeah,
that's
might as
the-
well stealth it if
yeah.
we're only moving half an action.
That's what my vibe was, yeah.
Oh, but if we go to this
So-
tile, it's got a bush in it.
Who rolls stealth? Is it like everyone rolls and you take party average, or like how does this
Yeah,
work?
everyone who's traveling must roll.
I want to keep looking for animals as we do this. How do you want to order these rolls? We'll do stealth now, or like...
Yeah, everyone do stealth first.
Oh,
We're into it.
I like that Jamiroquai tag you're at me.
One for Heathland.
Only human after all.
Stealth check, Mal.
Yeah, just for clarity's sake,
Stealth.
I don't on and off the armor in Foundry at every instance.
Just make sure if you're on a battle map or there's enemies around that,
Like if I'm surprised, assume it's not summoned, that kind of stuff. But like, yeah.
Is it reaction to summon it? Or was it bonus action?
Action or bonus action, I think.
bonus action to just summon all your stuff.
So it doesn't change that much. It's just, yeah.
Means you can't inspire in the first turn in combat, potentially.
Stealth check.
If you're surprised, yeah.
Sorry, I have the screen up. I just didn't click.
That's fine.
Chris,
I was trying to figure out if there were issues with my.
Risk's
Sorry.
fucking tired up babbling, isn't he? Oh, wait, no, you
no.
fixed him.
I
we
fixed
used
it.
the
Yeah.
original.
Sorry,
Oh,
Heathland
that is
failed on a
insane.
12.
Then one for Trisk as well,
Oh, Mara.
please.
I'm only human. Normal or weird because he's insane.
It's not insane.
He's
we fixed
fine
that.
now.
He's no more insane than normal Jackie. Although he's been through some serious experiences, so maybe Trisk is a bit insane.
I'm only Dreki after all.
Cool. And navigation check.
I'll look for animals after that.
Who are we doing, Nav?
Glorg.
Also, do you want help with Nav, but you've already rolled.
That is a pass.
This is for
And the beauty of it.
animal. And Merbida, any chance of getting eyes from you again?
Yes. Jace.
No animal. No new animal.
Beep, 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 beep,
Do I get
beep,
any
beep,
idea of the kind of stuff that could be huntable in the area from that?
Big stuff.
Cool.
Could hunt for Kieni.
Basically big ball.
That's what we're gonna hear next.
Cool.
We've got 4 miles, so we can get on one of these ones.
I mean, there's no net difference because it's still 4 miles from the road, which is the one travel option to scout, and then back again. So I was thinking like this one because the camp is then slightly further from the Kieni.
Cool.
You guys
And
can
yeah,
see my
guess we
camera,
stealth
right?
again, guys.
Yeah.
More stealth checks. Hooray!
More stealth.
Ooh, that is much worse than last time.
And you can't inspire a stealth check because it's a time period, right?
Ooh, that's better.
Yeah.
There are some martial arts we could have relevant content for stealth checks in this scale, but no spells that I know of.
Also, I missed it if you said it, Oswald. Did you add the rune to the directory now? Now that we've got it,
No.
or do I need to spend time figuring it out before it gets
Yeah, because
Working
you
it out,
don't
yeah.
know what the weapon or tattoo effects do yet.
Because I don't know what to add. Like, can I add? Is there a description I can add? Armor.
You should have the old armor in your inventory.
I guess I'll look for more animals around here as well, because why not?
Why
And
not?
just cover the entire area.
Yeah, we're going further south now.
Does
So it
someone
might be
else have
slightly
the
more
armor on
reachable. Did you put it in the cart?
Sorry.
Is it in your backpack? Because if it's in your inventory, it should be in your backpack unless you're wearing it.
Is that true with everything?
Yeah. That's where you carry stuff.
It's also lighter if it's in your backpack than if it was just strapped to your body.
Well, I knew that,
Ooh.
but it was more like
If armor
Um,
is strapped to body, then you are wearing it. So,
Cool. Navigation check.
do you want to help me this time as well, Astrid?
Sure. We want
Please, boss.
survival, hey? Ooh.
Exceptional success. Add an extra 3 to that, because the exception.
Nice.
I'm assuming that's going to pass Osborne.
How do you know that
Yeah.
it's exceptional? Oh, right, because it's for DC 10.
Cool. Managed to make it without incident.
Directly
being-
into the camp. Yay.
Yeah,
Without being
now we-
discovered by anything.
Now we should try to hide the campsite.
Yeah, sun is setting.
Yeah, I'm happy to try and hide the campsite.
Yar.
Can someone help you with that? It's in-base stealth, right?
Do we want a feast for tonight?
Ooh, could be a good
I
idea.
don't know if we're going to attack the place tonight or if we'll attack it tomorrow.
What's
guess
the
we
feast
probably
do
will.
again, David?
If we're just doing like a basic meat feast, it should be the. Let me crack open the thing.
It just gives you
Like
like
this.
hit die
Is
to
it-
spend on certain things. It's
It's like what duration for it?
the entire next day, I'm pretty sure.
Because like we do plan to be heading to the route tomorrow for scouting and visitation.
Wisdom, stealth, or intelligence. So I reckon Hathland is probably
Agreed.
very suitable to help.
Yeah.
Your thing.
We don't have downtime today, because we spent it in the morning.
Correct.
Then
I guess it's regular.
is Hathlan helping?
Who's higher?
Hathlan has a +8 to Wisdom Stealth.
I have a
Wisdom stealth.
plus 10.
Jeez.
That helps.
I wish I had wisdom stealth.
What is the DC for this? Isn't it? That is a help. That might actually be good enough. What's the DC? Are we having a campfire? I assume not.
Probably a bad idea.
Feast, don't we?
I think David said we won't because we've used the downtime. Although cooking is just a camp action, but I assume not. So
I feel like if we're going to, we should probably do it sooner rather than later, so it's not like standing out in the middle of the night.
Yeah. We
Yeah.
use a fire
It
to
should be
cook it,
noticed
otherwise
that
don't worry about
concealing
it.
is a camp action too, so that would take Hathland and I 2 hours to conceal the camp.
Mm-hmm.
Which would probably have to be part of our watch. Like while someone doesn't watch.
yeah, DC 19, I think. Without campfire.
Well, let's maybe not bother with the feast then.
Agreed.
Will it get cold enough that we still need a campfire though?
No.
Well, it looks pretty savannah-y out here.
As the weather tries to
It said
kill us,
suns
we
get
should be
cold.
fine.
Tundra. Just reddish tundra.
Your mum
Not unless the weather gets cold.
Alright.
So yeah, that's the first 2 hours of light snow. Oh yes, the first 2 hours of the long rest. Hathlan and I are concealing the camp.
Good, it
Wow,
should be
it's
harder for
easier
creatures
now.
to spot us now.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
actually, we only travelled 3/4 of our travel action.
We have 51 pounds of meat outside of the
Was anyone keeping watch during that first
species.
2 hours of that long rest?
I vote someone should be.
Sure. I'll have a gander out.
Yeah, you probably won't need backup because 2 people are awake still. But
I'm looking. I'm seeing.
Disadvantage because it's snowing.
Oh, fuck. I didn't see the snow.
Exactly.
Well, I'll just roll
snow
again.
stopped you from seeing the snow.
I guess we're taking the 60.
Oh, disadvantage. You got. Sorry, it's 28 now.
Ding ding.
We'll take the 60.
Oh, it's always the second roll, right?
Nah, it's the first roll, mate.
Also 28.
It's not my first roll, is it?
It's first from the bottom. David.exe has stopped responding.
I haven't seen anything
Huh?
on 16. We're going to next watch.
No, Esther does not see anything on that 16.
Oh,
Still have
who wants to? You know, fuck it, I'll go next watch.
Ooh.
No, I'll do it. 'cause I'm
Their
still
camp
awake.
glows in a
Sure,
weird
that's fair,
way.
actually. Yeah, you do that.
Does their camp have
What's
aurora
weird
above
about it? What's so
Can we see
weird
it?
about it?
Well, It's
Can
got
we see
like
it at night?
aurora.
No, not with that perception check. Ha 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 ha. All right, with that perception check, yeah.
Alright, fine.
Yeah, you can see that there is just what appears to be something or lots of somethings just like on the ground or in the area, just casting light into like the air, just like kind of illuminating the area
Weird.
with this bluish purplish light. You about pretty quick after your watch actually, you see what seems to be some sort of glowing shape floating in the air, like
The bat symbol.
within like a couple 100 feet of your camp. You only kind of see it because it moves in front of the light from the direction the Galdrari are coming from. Get you an image as it moves around, and you kind of catch glimpses of it.
The Holy Ghost.
A holy ghost.
Just because I need to say it every time. No webcam, Jake.
I mean,
Wow.
apparently, Matt's no webcam either. He's using
That's
actual camera.
funky. And
You
it's only a couple hundred
see
feet away.
It's a
a
web
couple hundred
camera,
feet.
though.
It is quite big. It is a huge-sized a being, and
It's
it's
alive?
you see it.
It's not
You
some
see
sort
it floating around.
Wait, where'd you post this, Osman?
Nowhere you can see it.
Wait,
You can't see it.
You see it's kind of got this glowing, shimmering, like what looks to be some sort of magical shield over it.
Oh, good.
And as you watch, you actually see it kind of moves past your camp and kind of like out from behind a hill beneath it. You see you see one of these, this one being large sized,
I think we're getting a
and
direct impression of why we shouldn't fuck with the Galdrari.
like about what looks like 3 or 4 of these being medium sized.
of. It's like a little squadron. Oh my
It's
god.
little posse.
right?
Followed by 2 of these bringing up the rear, and all of these also have that sort of shimmering shield thing kind of.
Oh god. They have
And they're
to
kind of
All-
just,
All of these last
and they
ones.
look to be just like following underneath this large floating one, and they eventually move past your camp without detecting it.
How big were the last ones, sir?
They were medium but pretty big, like Inviclic sized.
Right, and all of these different types of creatures had the shield as well.
Yeah. It was kind of like there's like a every now and then there was a bit of a pulse from the floating one, followed by a slightly delayed pulse on the other ones.
They have rolls
Spooky.
to the big one.
Or the big ones, what's giving them their shields?
Either or.
Or both.
Can we just picture like the Gungans from the Phantom Menace? Big shield bubble.
Pretty
Much
is.
very- I mean, the second
Other
one's
than
got
that-
very long ears.
Other than that, you don't notice or see anything going on.
That is very
in particular.
funky.
Do you wake anyone up for the second half?
Yeah, because I was awake for the first. I've already been awake for 4 hours now. So,
Yeah, fair enough. You wake
so
up.
I'll wake up Mal and Trisk, and I'll tell Mal, hey, I think I saw some of those Galdrari. I don't really understand what I saw, but there was a really big floating one that seemed to have some sort of protective shield around it, like magical or something, energy, and it was followed by a little group of about half a dozen of different other kinds. They looked very, I don't know, looked very outlandish, but and definitely not to be fucked with. They weren't far away from camp, but they've moved on now.
I won't go say hi to them then.
Yeah, no, I think they from like I don't know. I almost want to say that they look like some sort of like Svart Elf construct, but with some alive feeling to them.
Okay.
They Yeah, we should avoid them. Anyway, good luck. I'm going to meditate. Don't wake me with one of those visions, please.
Dun-dun-dun, 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 ooh. Alright, can I roll checks?
Mm-hmm. Just a straight check, because stoic.
Fair enough, David.
Straight check.
Yes.
Okay.
You notice that there's some glowy lights to the southwest.
Wasn't
And that's
picking
about
up Trisk as
all
well.
you notice.
So Trisk can have a check as well.
Who cares?
Use those peepers.
Alright. Who do you wake up for last watch?
Barbarian Bros is like the Lex too. So
What?
the barbarians are like the two that haven't watched yet, so it's
Is
probably
Andrew in the bottom left for you guys?
No.
No, he's directly underneath you.
Who's there?
No one.
No one. You're
You're
on the
at
right.
top right.
Andrew.
yeah, barbarian brothers that do things.
Barbarian brothers!
I can do neutral on this as a werewolf. Huge.
Doesn't your advantage come from smell?
Yeah, oh true, I can just do advantage still. Use a nose. Nice. Still shit.
It's not, yeah, it's not really there, is it? Look at the
Wow.
Why do you have disadvantage from Dicklick?
It's snowing, mate.
Right.
You had disadvantage too.
And my dragon could do
I
a
didn't
watch
realise.
with you.
Ifagor.
You had like a plus 11, which does help. But also just rolled really well.
Yeah, you guys don't see nothing. It's
Nice.
dark. Snowing.
Cool.
Doesn't smell like much, but snow.
Yeah,
I
the
guess.
Godori is actually fake news. There's none of those nearby whatsoever.
Yeah, real.
Alright, you wake everyone up. Nice, crisp 5 a.m. snowy morning. Does it stay
Oh.
snowy?
Please don't get worse.
No weather effect.
No weather.
Clears
Yeah,
up
that's a nice
overnight.
day.
Aw.
Makes it
I
harder
don't
to
know if
get
that's a good or a bad
Oh.
thing. Do we want to do any prep now this morning before we investigate that, or like while the recce team is going to do their thing?
I guess I got
Full frontal assault.
the questions that I was thinking. Do we have when we say we want to scope the thing out first? Do we have Mal with the scouting party just in case there's nothing happening and
Yep.
they can actually just go for a quick incursion onto the road?
I
And if
think
so,
it
is it
would
worth
be
it?
Reckon
good
as well?
to have him
Having
there.
I have a loose question. First of all, what are the requirements for scrying?
Hold on a second.
Because if we don't need to send people,
I like
I
that
feel like
idea.
that's a good option.
What? I don't understand.
I have
It's
access to
possible to get
scrying
Esper to scry.
because I have this,
You have
so there's all the
scouting
info for
instead.
you. It would be better if I could see the thing, I think.
So it's more. Is it a
Or
creature
target
specifically?
based.
Yeah, you have to scry on
Okay.
a creature.
There was
So yeah,
someone
it's like
there
it's-
that I
like,
have seen.
The plan was scouting party takes two actions going there and back. Do we want Mal with that party just in case it's unoccupied and we want to try to take the quick chance to use the route then?
That's not a bad option. Especially if you use the like single file feature and we just force the
Yeah.
stuff to be good.
But if it is occupied and we have to come back, well, I will still have enough uses of it, I guess. Uses up all my martial arts.
Be a scouting party of Pathlan, Karnlik, and Malbradir. Maybe the Dragon
mean-
will communicate with us if need be.
I think it could still work. I think one of the benefits was like being able to fly around, sort of find it. But I guess someone could just hang out there. But if we're just doing that, like, it's almost like we might as well all just go.
That's fair.
Yeah.
The reason to not all go is to have some people stay with the cart, but if we're planning to have a full incursion anyway, then what's the difference?
I think like the vibe was more like if there is something there and it goes wrong, one person like can get away very quickly.
Oh.
Mal could probably too get away if he casts Expeditious Retreat. So I think the vibe is more like I can help with the stealth checks on the way there. I can't help. Well, I can help with the stealth checks while we are there, but at the detriment of my spell slots.
Mm-hmm.
And then once we are there, if something goes wrong, the vibe is to try and like get out because we want the information. We don't want to just walk into a fight.
Mm-hmm. So how do you want to do it then? How would you like?
I'm happy to take Mal there. I just almost would, even if there wasn't anyone there at all, would still want the rest of the party there with us when Mal touches it. Because
Yeah, I feel like it would be good to have
do we
us
do we have a
nearby.
feel for how long these visions take in world?
Last couple times you touched a root and there's been a vision. It's been about a minute. You recall when Mal touched the root in the blood cult, he was basically out for the fight.
You guys were mad, even though I didn't know that would happen.
Another question, does he have to stay connected to the root? Because could you have it that like he touches it and then like
Carry
I
him
don't know,
away.
yeah, someone just carries him away.
Yeah.
The question is just that the last time he touched a root in the Doc Alpha city, several people were hit with the vision.
Yeah.
Those people were not touching the root.
Yeah, unknown if connection was needs to be maintained to keep it going.
Mal lost touch of the root as soon as he fell
Can I
unconscious
just
with the blood
suggest
pack.
let's not screw around with the like the physical. If we lose the chance to have the vision, like then we'd have defeated any point of it. So like let's not screw around with moving the.
Agreed.
Otherwise, we'd defeat the entire purpose of coming here.
Yeah, I think it's fair with the fact that any of us, any number of us could just fall into the vision. It's probably best that we like attain whether we can like whether the vision's going to be possible for us to just go and like sit down for a while and not worry about being detected, or whether it's like we're going to have someone watching sort of thing.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
three dozen.
distance on me bringing you guys into the vision isn't infinite.
Yeah, so I was thinking like could be proximity based for that.
I'm
We
pretty
don't
sure
know,
we have
though.
evidence that it's proximity based, right? Right?
What's proximity based?
Him pulling
Pulling
people
people in
in.
the visions. Like some of us got pulled in, some of us didn't, and the close ones did. Right?
It didn't seem to be based on physical distance.
It didn't.
Didn't, no.
As in, but it may still be the case that if we are a significant distance away from you, we aren't pulled in.
It may, but that's just another gamble.
I'm like I guess it's kind of fine if we all sneak up to the last hex, and you guys chill out while I go to the final one and back.
I think that would be ideal. Then
It's only a
it's
minute
like
though,
not
guys.
far.
It's just like if we're out for a minute, that's not the worst, and I can just
But
not
yeah, if
touch
it's
the
It's a lot of
if it's
combat though.
unoccupied, a minute isn't long. If it's
No, I just
occupied,
feel
then
it-
you're not getting there in the first place.
Yeah, I feel like we're overthinking.
Yeah. I think if we all sneak up
I still
to
just
the,
want to scout it, but let's go to this one as
Yeah.
a team, and then I
everyone
can
go to the
scout.
hex out. Jake can scout it, and then we can figure out what it looks like.
We leaving Hathland with the cart again, or we gonna leave the cart concealed and just go with the team?
Can the stealth check from casino
Yep.
can't be maintained? Because if so, then we can just leave it potentially.
Okay, well let's leave it there. I reckon let's take Hathland with us because I'm gonna. I'm not sure if I can use that ability. I'm just thinking of like travel action abilities.
Do we think I might? It depends how useful you think me having my Draken around might be, but it's either we bring Draken along and maybe use it. Or I was thinking we could leave Draken with the cart with the intent that if someone starts approaching the cart, Draken comes and flies and lets me know.
That could be useful. I don't know what we would do to stop them though. At that point, like we're probably still going to end up back at the cart at the same time. We might just know whether or not something's bounded at a time.
I just feel like it's one of those things that you'd probably rather know rather than like get back and be
Yeah.
like, oh, where'd it go?
The other potential use of the Trekken though is like if I go in and something happens to me and I'm like gone, and then you can like radio into me and be like, hey, what's happened?
What does the party feel would be the more better use?
Sorry, I cut out the entire of that.
I'm thinking
Like,
for
the best use
Draken,
for the Draken.
either leaving the Draken with the cart with intent to, in the case of someone approaching our cart, quickly come and inform us, or whether we take Draken with us for the purpose of scouting or recon or whatever.
I think
What's in the car that we're afraid of losing?
I'm just more thinking there's a lot of guys around and those goblins were eyeing us off. It might be a good idea to leave like some eye on the cart, so to say.
Sorry, what's in the cart that like this isn't a loaded question. What's in the cart that we would like freak out if we lost?
The
There's
entire
equipment
cart.
there with extra runes on it for starters. We've currently
Say
been
that again, Andrew.
there's equipment with runes on it for starters. And like that
Are there
stuff.
any of those
rather than-
are any of those weapons?
yes.
Okay. I should be just starting to just bond to those randomly. So that I can get them out of the cart.
We currently have the essences pouch stuff that's probably transportable. What else? Is in the cart? Stuff like the Blyman's band is sitting there. People's pickaxe. The reagents / essences bag is sitting there at the moment. Extra food.
Let's leave the little dog.
What does everyone else
Oswald.
think?
If buffs stack, can one use feed physique twice? To get the benefit twice?
No.
Okay.
You cannot just be stronger by being stronger.
Buff stack except when they don't.
Pretty much, yeah.
This is the answer I assumed.
I
Probably
will.
gonna use
I will sometimes allow buffs to stay.
Do white people get opinions, Andrew? Depends.
I'm
Depends
probably
on
going
that
to use.
opinion.
I'm going to use feed physique, by the way, guys, before this travel action to increase my dex checks by 5.
You don't need
Whoa.
Oh, because of your thing, it's minimum, isn't it? Yeah, true.
So you should use Feeder Physique.
to. I'm already using
Like,
it.
I was going to do it, then take the barbarian travel action to short rest, just get the slot back again.
Sure.
So like,
Well, okay. Well, I think we've decided we're traveling to this spot. We're going to be stealth traveling. Because we're traveling on foot, I can do the single file martial art, which means that everyone's stealth check can't be lower than my stealth check.
you know, I'm going to use feed physique anyway and take a short rest on travel action in case you roll shit.
Sure.
Fair.
And
It can happen.
I just double check
I
what
don't have feet of physique,
the
never mind.
what the verdict was for
I
which way
think
Draken?
your Draken should be entirely up to you, first of all, but
I don't know, I'm just putting it out to the party.
the
What do you think
best
would be
use
more
of it
useful?
would be as a recon device that you keep like high altitude.
So yeah,
Within
like
a mile.
realistically, if
bring him
Draken
along or
stays
leave
with the
him.
cart, it's not going to do anything there by itself. It'll just tell us in advance, oh hey, the cart's gone. Like, if anyone's staying with the cart, it'd have to be someone who can actually take the cart.
What do you want
Dude,
Halfling to
pull
do?
the reins.
If we're going as a whole party, we don't need Hathland sneaking with us, do we?
No, one of the reasons I was thinking about having Hathland in was so that he could help navigate, so that I could instead do the sort of fly ahead travel action. But I don't think that'll make sense doing the fly ahead travel action if I'm
Not
also
if you- no,
doing the single file martial art.
agreed.
Could have the Draken do the fly ahead thing.
It's a ranger only travel action.
Yeah, but my
Yeah, I think
Draken
Hathland
can
stays
just
with the cart
literally
then.
fly ahead.
Sure.
So you Hathland stays with the cart, the standard party travels out single file.
All right.
Let's not get lost.
Phew.
Hey,
So was it gonna
yeah,
be
I
so?
use
So it's
single
what
file.
most of the party goes 3 tiles to get to here, then kind of like maybe +1 continues on to check out the route. The rest of that action.
I don't know if it will still be the same action, but yes, I will
I mean, it's like
continue on
most
to
of it's
scout.
just a stop and you've continued the action is my thing. But I'm not sure that's allowed.
Yeah, that's fine. It's just you guys are stopping me. Karlik's not.
Yeah.
Right. Navigation check.
Can you help me, Astrid?
I sure
troll was guarding the area, or like looking in the direction of Kujari, how accessible would it be for like 2 people to get there without being noticed? Is that doable or not?
No, he's right next to the route.
Okay.
Like you're doing.
The approach very difficult to like. You can fly, so it was pretty easy for you to like go up on the rocks on either side, but otherwise it's kind of just a mostly open, aside from lots of boulders, hilly approach.
Could someone fly up behind him and grapple him? Looks like someone who can fly and grapple.
Yeah,
How big is this
possibly.
creature?
He's large.
I'd be neutral grapple roll.
It looked to be a huge stone
Okay,
sized
well then it
creature.
would be disadvantage.
Are you allowed to grapple huge things?
Probably not.
You
It's like
can
after
only
one size
grapple.
larger, isn't it?
Yeah, you can only grapple things up to one size larger than you.
Unless you have things that allow you to do otherwise.
I don't have the tools yet.
Hit him with a giant hunt.
Could.
I
just wanna prevent
think
him from-
probably magic is probably our best bet. Something like what's the range on banish again? Is that just how it has to do everything?
60 feet, so I'd have to be even closer.
The other issue, as the Emma said, is just getting in range.
Yeah.
Like we could go at night, but it's challenging.
That's how you get to the sun.
Damn it. We left Hathay with the cart, but doesn't he like no invisibility?
Guess who else knows invisibility?
But I mean, how is invisibility going to do?
Get extra bit close enough to cast Banish.
I could cast invisibility on myself and pull a bloody Bilbo Baggins on up there.
I mean, Banished only lasts like a minute, so it would allow us to get close enough to try to disable him more permanently.
Yeah, I mean, it's still the case if he's banished, he probably comes back hot with horn in his mouth and blows it immediately. So I mean, we've got it's almost as good as of a situation as we could hope for. Really, there's only one,
Well,
but
Yeah.
he's probably going to see us on the way in, and he's probably going to get others to come and help him. So we need a better way of dealing with it still.
Is there ever a way of looking peaceful to a troll?
being another troll coming to relieve his
Stand
watch.
out like at the end.
I speak
radius
giant.
Look at that.
I speak giant, I believe.
I speak giant.
Yo, giant speakers.
Rise up.
How reasonable do you think it would be to be like? Sorry, how reasonable are trolls to actually speak?
He's definitely going to blow the horn.
Look, they're not known for being friendly.
So that's suspected.
Yeah, we covered this already about trolls. That they probably were just like, yeah, you know this, right?
I feel like regardless of how friendly you
It's
are,
always within the realm of possibility, but
yeah,
It is
Not to stop
unlikely.
I feel like as
it
soon
will
as
attack
anyone
you unless you
approaches,
give
he'll
it a
just-
good reason otherwise.
What is
Yeah.
Spartan's persuasion?
Welcome,
Minus
challenger.
one.
My champions.
Why don't we just, Spartan, why don't you just fucking duel it? Fucking martial arts duel it.
I mean,
Rapid resolution.
Rapid resolution in
I didn't take it. I almost did, but I didn't.
Mate, that's such a pussy move, honestly.
there.
I was so close.
So, how close, in terms of if I were to do any invisibility shit, how close, kind of like, do you think we could get before I'd need to do invisibility?
The
what I
big
can
problem is the fact that it's up on like a, you have to climb up a cliff or two to get up to where it is, and it's kind of far back on the platform it's up, so like you need to be climbing pretty close to it if it's staying where it is.
So if someone was invisible, I'm assuming they could just like walk up the main path to get to him and he wouldn't see them. They'd have to
Well,
be
there's no path to walk
Oh,
up to. It's
It's
kind of an
always
open
going-
terrain, and then there's just a 15-foot cliff
Mhm.
to a flat bit of rock, and then the route is up on another sort of raised bit at the front. So it's kind of like 15-foot high cliff each side, 30-foot high cliff on this bit in the middle, and then there's route on top of that where the troll is.
Okay, hear me out. Make an invisible Karnak, fly by, and steal the horn.
Possible.
How do I steal things?
You just
With
then
your hands.
got to contend with the fact that he might just yell, and that could possibly be enough.
What's his sleight of hand, Karnak?
6 miles is the like
That's 4.
between them and the camp, right? So like that's a grid, right?
3 miles. Each 6 is a mile.
Oh yeah, we changed it, didn't we?
There's no way anyone could get carried, is there? Like, through flying. No one's got that sort of strength.
No
Must
one's
be
a
cute,
strong.
though.
No one's strong and can fly for long distance.
I was thinking,
I
you can
just
do
need
the
to grow
option of
wings
Invisible's
already.
path and going up to try to grapple him. But it's
I
still
mean, the fly spell is the level lasts for 10 minutes concentration.
I could fly and be invisible.
It also makes someone else fly and be invisible.
True. They're both
Good.
touch, so
And you have double buttons, so you can concentrate on both at the same time.
Is that the
Not that
equivalent
I
of a
necessarily
wizard
need to.
What's the question, sorry?
Is there the equivalent of like a wizard's like magic boost in world?
baby.
Okay.
I may or may not have stats for a wizard mind bomb in the can.
Okay.
What's a
Just because I'm
Brewing
like
supplies.
I can cast spells higher than I have access to. Anyway, it doesn't help.
So, what are you suggesting? So
Probably have
that I
very
do
good
it to
confidence, eh?
Svarthan to sneak up and smacking and whacking?
First level spell called Summon Object with 120 foot range.
What?
But does it specify not worn or carried?
It does actually. Never lucky.
How about mental spells? Any suggestions or
I've got
Any of
the
that sort of
fainting poison, but it's probably got higher con.
Probably got a good
so
con.
we'd need. Is there like a weakness to poison spell? Like a disadvantage on con save spell? You cast on him while I'd sneak up and then smack the essence of ether on him, because I mean it's DC 17, and if he fails it, he becomes
Is there, like,
unconscious.
wait, does anyone have like bestow curse?
Can you guys hear me?
clerics can prepare it? Yes, hello.
Okay, just very rabbity. I have suggestion.
I was just looking at those sort of options. Yeah,
Like
like
in Lochner.
what's the range of that?
30. But it's Lochner. So
What
like
is it, sorry?
Lochner could just fly.
Suggestion. Or like that kind of spell. Yeah. Just check charming spells. Can you speak?
I like the angle of the poison if we can apply a like weakness to it.
Why do we
can-
like poison over suggestion?
Oh, what is he? So, yeah, there was a
'Cause it's a
suggestion spell.
fainting
Sorry.
Lock the
So-
no suggestion.
Okay, what's the spell? Sorry. Exactly.
You suggest a course of activity limited to a sentence or two, and magically influence a creature you can see within range that can hear and understand you. Creatures that can't be charmed are immune to this effect. Suggestion must be worded in a manner to make the course of action sound reasonable. So, like not stabbing itself or harmful stuff. It must succeed a wisdom saving throw. On a fail, it pursues a course of action you describe.
It's
The can be duration for up to 8 hours.
Okay. Does Loch Ness speak giant?
No, he does not. But he can cast tongues on himself.
Does he have double mind?
Tongue's concentration.
Tongues is
It is not.
just
Okay.
a third level spell.
And he could,
So
if Locker could get close after using tongues himself, he could then use suggestion.
And
on a
what
failed
would
wisdom
he-
save,
Yeah, wisdom save's a good, probably a decent one.
return to your camp. Like something like that to just get him.
You've had a long day. Why don't you go back early? You've earned it, buddy.
Yeah, like that kind of vibe. It's
Honestly,
like
it
it's 2
sounds
miles
like
away, so that would give
That's
time.
solid. Yeah.
He says at 9 a.m. Dude, honestly, me
Honestly.
sometimes.
Biggest-
When you have a bad day, give up.
Fuck it.
Fuck it. Go home.
Like, that's probably the best bet.
Yeah, that's a good idea, I reckon.
Is there anything we can do to try to make this more likely to work? I assume not. Like, I think your subjugate only works in your own spells, right, Matt?
Yeah. I mean, I could. What spell is it that you're looking for him to cast?
Suggestion.
Second level.
Suggestion. Oh, sorry. Lochner has their level slots.
Astrid could just, if we can get Astrid close enough, but that's to get back to that issue. Because Astrid could give him like.
I mean, I could get there if the only problem is, unless we rest, I'd need to use both of my minor. What is it? Not minor.
That's fine.
Both of my things to get it, and then I wouldn't be able to cast that spell. So I'd have to wait a day to
Like,
prepare it.
You have both available, so you could invisibility. You'd still have to climb. Oh no, if you're.
It's so cold.
I
If
reckon
you
it's probably
think-
still better on Lochner.
Okay.
But we are just sort of. What's Lochner's DC for it though?
17.
Pretty decent
What's
DC.
Astrid's
Like it'd be
save?
much. It'd be
He's got
much.
a mental save on a troll. Like
We're still
the
sort
only
of
thing is
gambling on a
that,
roll.
They are sky troll or ski trolls, so there's a chance that like trickery doesn't stick as well, just because trickery, you know.
That's fair. I mean, do you imagine they'd be immune to charm?
Trishkery.
Nah, I don't think so. I don't think they've got like an inherent magic
Controllers
resistance.
are immune to charm.
Hmm?
The other thing is that if it does fail, like and he's invisible, he can just do it again the next turn. You reckon?
He's like, come on, man. Yeah, I reckon that's invisible. Lochner floats on up and tells him to take a load off.
How many second level slots does Doctor have?
He has 3 third levels.
With noting
Oh, did
casting,
you just change it because he'd rested or whatever?
casting suggestion would remove invisibility.
Yeah.
I think
I can put the invisibility on him beforehand.
Yeah,
Along-
No, but casting a spell or attacking breaks invisibility regardless.
Yeah.
I think along with that, it probably still could be useful for me to go along flying and invisible for like, in case it doesn't work. I don't know. There's the options of like, I could try stealing the horn and I could
Let's
just
do
banish him.
something.
I
feel
like
we
I like
definitely do
disrupting
talk about
him with the
plans for, like,
suggestion. I think that's
so
the best
long.
way.
And it's like, what are we gonna do with this one troll? Let's talk about it for half an hour.
I enjoy it.
I mean,
That's
I enjoy strategizing, and I don't think that like cutting down our strategizing time necessarily improves. Like,
Cutting
the
down
quality of the outcome.
strategizing turns into full frontal assault.
That would never happen.
I don't mind if we strategize over like things that feel like they're worth strategizing for
Well,
an hour over. as
Alright,
well.
does anyone object to floating Lochner suggestion?
No.
No,
I
Does
like
anyone
it.
have anything to add to floating Lochner suggestion?
Can Lochner throw things?
No.
Okay.
Does not have
Could people
telekinesis.
be opposed to me going along
He does
with
not even
Lochner?
have a lower jaw.
Well, I don't know how you'll go along with him, and you wouldn't be able to cast a suggestion.
I can fly and be invisible and just go along with him. For if
For
he
what
doesn't,
purpose?
if the suggestion doesn't work, then that's like more options, I guess.
Can you be invisible if you cast invisibility on him?
No, I think it's saying invisibility.
Am I casting invisibility on him, or I thought someone else was, or he was doing it on himself?
When Viklig was invisibility casting?
Guys, the main reason I'd see the Astrid going along with would be to try to tank a Fraka shot so Lochner doesn't get murdered by a Fraka.
Hmm.
Aside from
I
that,
just think you're spending like a few
A lot of resources,
resources on that attempt, like which I don't think is going to really enhance it. Like unless you've got a plan, like when Lochner fails, I do this, then I'm not convinced on you going on.
I mean, if Lochner fails, my first thought would be banish, and then that gives some time. I don't know how close we can get though, like how close the whole party can get before we're doing anything.
Yeah, I don't know how close we could get either. We can get decently close with me helping us stealth, but we can't. We'd probably have to still be a decent distance away so he can't see us. So probably more than a minute away because Banish only lasts 1 minute.
I can do it twice. 3
How would
times
you
actually.
signal
I've got
to
3
us?
spells.
How would you signal to us that it's gone wrong and we need to come up?
Draken, because you can be within a mile.
Yeah.
And I have telepathic bond.
Well, I won't stand like the last question I would say is like you'd probably need to be somewhat stealthy. I mean you're flying, so it's and you're not mechanical flying, you're magic flying, so there's not a lot of moving parts, which helps. But like yeah, probably fine. I'm not going to stand in the way unless anyone else is also
If
having.
you're going to Matt, I think go ahead. But yeah, I think it's hard to say worth or not. Up to you.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
more
I
for
think
the
we-
sake of like it's one troll, and if we get this wrong, it could be multiple trolls.
Decide now. Are you going?
I'm going unless anyone speaks up
So how are you going to be invisible?
by casting invisibility.
Cast
Either-
fly first, please.
Hmm?
Cast fly first.
Well,
Yeah, like how? So you're casting fly and invisibility on yourself, and you got double mind, and Vickley's casting invisibility on Luckner.
sounds about right.
Cool. Mark those spell slots off.
So many.
We have to wait until we're closer though. Yeah. Fly only lasts 10 minutes.
10 minutes here.
So
Alright.
we'll get closer.
Yeah, Matt,
You guys
cast
will
fly,
stealth behind me.
Then invisibility, or else invisibility will drop when you cast fly.
Yeah, that's wise. Isn't it?
Wait, what?
If you
Just
cast a
cast
spell
fly.
while
Yeah.
invisible, you break invisibility.
Ah, fair enough. I assume character would know the order to do that then.
You are
Maybe.
the character.
Just reading the text and invisibility tells you that, mate.
I've got to go to the bathroom. Do we want to do our like couple minute break or should I just walk around?
Yeah,
We're
we can
just-
do a break.
Alright.
Oh yeah,
Cute.
we break a Rooney. How long we doing?
Yeah. Like,
Whoa,
Jesus.
that made a noise.
This
Oh,
did
he's
make a
loud.
noise. That's fucking new.
Dude.
I don't like that. It's loud.
It wasn't that bad. I guess I
Very
have
loud for me.
than you. Yeah, but, like, what's your interface global volume at?
Max.
Yeah, but like a quarter.
That's about
Right.
2/3.
I'm gonna assume
Everything at like a quarter.
Yeah, 5-10 minutes.
10. Cool. That's shower long enough.
Whoa, where'd everyone go?
What?
Nah, let's get back out and see all these empty webcams.
I have ice cream. I haven't
no,
had dinner. I couldn't decide if I want what I wanted to order, and so I didn't order anything. No.
Yeah, same.
So I skipped this issue. I have a snack back at lunchtime, so I was less hungry now.
Nice.
I don't think I had lunch either.
Mate, what are you doing?
I think I had a pack of Pringles at about 10 o'clock. I think that's all I've eaten. I had a banana. Pack of Pringles and a banana.
Obviously, you just needed some of these as well.
I spent my afternoon reading up on bees.
Fucking nerd.
Right.
The comms team for the department wanted to do a post about World Bee Day, which is apparently tomorrow. And they sent around a post at like 2 o'clock being like, hey, can your team fact check this? Because you guys are... you guys are the
You fucking nerds.
You guys are the nerds. You know about bees, right? Everyone's like, you know nothing about fucking bees. So I got the job. And it had to be like fact checked and approved, etc. by the end close of business, which was fine because it was like a 1 paragraph little post.
Is it?
And I read it and I'm like, oh yeah, this is fine. Like, yeah, there's not actually really many facts in here to check. But I'm like, I realized they were talking about a particular bee that was listed, like as a threatened species, and I was like, this isn't a photo of that bee from what I can find, which is probably fair enough because the species they're talking about is critically endangered. It's found from 1 location in WA. Like, who the fuck's gonna have a photo of that bee? Like, so I was
Where's
like,
your photo of the bee, huh?
so I just pointed out and being like, hey, you know, fair enough, we don't have a photo of the bee in question, but should probably just put a caption of what the photo of the bee actually is so we don't confuse people. And they came back to me like, oh, I thought it was a photo of that bee. And then they sent me like links to, there's like a publicly available website that people can record.
Documenting all the bees.
Well, no, it's just where people can record sightings of different species. And it was like there was 3 photos on this website of this bee, and none of them were of that bee. There were just people like putting a photo of a random bee on.
It's like, this is
Being
the
like,
bee, right?
I saw the bee. I'm like, this is you said you saw this in Melbourne. It's from 1 location in WA where this bee is found. Anyway, and then
Bee
there was,
fakers.
and someone was questioning the amount of species of native bees that they'd quoted in Australia. There's a couple of different estimates because there's this estimate of 2,000 native bees in Australia is probably what we have, and then there's the amount that we have described, which is around 1,600 to 1,700. People were debating back and forth on what they should use. And I'm like, jeez, this is just a social media post. I'm sure no one cares this much.
No, the
About
only
what the
people that
government
care are the people that are way too invested into bees. And
Yeah.
they're the people that care too much. So they're going to call you out on it. Because it's
No matter what.
Facebook or some shit.
Yeah, look, it's always better to be safe when you're dealing with the bee people. No one wants to wake up with a fucking beehive in their room.
Or the bee movie on repeat.
No!
A bee movie, but it gets
There's a
faster every time they see.
fucking incredible post on 4chan that was like, hey, I've made enemies with a bunch of botanists. What are the best counters to kudzu bombing?
No.
Good suit.
Is it kudzu? It's that
Yeah.
like super invasive South American plant.
No, okay.
Like it consumes buildings.
When you think
Oh,
of
look
like,
at that.
you know, like building in swamp covered in vines, the vines on it is kudzu.
Okay. Ah, yeah.
And then, my favorite thing was just like, damn, OP, what kind of fucking enemies have you made? It's just like, ... powerful ones.
Well, there's like a fucking whole house covered in this vine.
Yep. That's the classic image.
It's like, what is it? Liana. What is it? Lantana in Australia.
Yeah, just fucking...
Is that it?
It eats insane amounts of terrain in no time.
And people.
Well, there are kudzu warriors, so I guess someone's learned to fight it.
India of mine. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe.
I'm heated now.
Whoa.
How's your internet
It's
still
taking
working?
so long to hop. Yeah.
The amount of
Whatever.
fucking people who have scammed these American bozos by just going, have plant, yes, and then they go yes, and then it fucking destroys their ecologies.
I can think of like at least 3 concrete examples.
What's
God
the
damn.
concrete? What?
I'm
What?
talking about Americans getting fucked over by people selling them foreign plants that fucks over their
Such as?
kudzu, eucalyptus trees.
What did we do with eucalyptus? Oh, the
Gave them to the
fires.
Yeah. Just, we do a little tomfoolery.
Secondary firebombing.
We
Just
do a
very
little
telling
troll.
eucalyptus
It's a
trees.
real long con, isn't it?
The best bit is that eucalyptus trees like outcompete every other tree in their region, especially in the US. So it just creates these massive regions that are eucalypt forest, which
What's the
inevitably
context of
massive.
we do a little trolling? Where did that come from?
We do a little mischief.
I looked it up and the first thing that came up was something with Trump.
All right.
That was a little bit of trolling.
I'm going to bring Estrid over onto this scene.
Yeah, boy.
We do a
What do I
little
need to be
trolling.
doing?
It's called we do a little trolling.
All right. Estrid's not actually here.
Oh, still taking a shower.
Nate.
This is my mid-ad break meme.
Mid-roll memes.
We do a little teeny monty.
Yeah, but it's Cosmo saying it, so you gotta, imagine Cosmo saying it.
I can't even remember his accent off the top of my head. It's like,
Yeah, that's basically it.
effeminate transatlantic idiot.
Kind of.
We do a little trolling. I set an orphanage on fire. Were you quiet or did you guys
What?
We're dead.
Yeah, same.
Wakey, it's time for school. You guys do a little trolling?
I would never. Except on purpose,
Dude, when the waitress who said she'd be right back with your sauce is now walking around the restaurant living her best life. That's so funny. Why does my internet keep cutting out? This is annoying.
Hmm.
I am the octopus.
Where is Astrid?
Shitting and pissing.
Showering, I believe.
Why are they showering in a 2-minute break?
Problem was 5 to 10 minutes. And Matt's like, yeah, I can shower in that time.
I'm so
that?
thankful that my the Discord immediately opened up a thing
Thanks,
and saying, "Hey,
Jake.
here's how to set the soundboard
What do you
volume."
mean? I had the same thing.
It's like, sweet. Ah.
What the word?
So you guys have only
Hey.
uploaded 2 sound effects, but you could add more.
Yeah. I know, he's got. That's only. Those are the ones that are in this server.
Yeah.
The ones that are in Matt's server. Don't start.
There's a lot in Matt's server.
Alright, Astrid's back. Let's get into it. Astrid, where's your camera?
That's a good question. I think it moved me to the rice fields and everything went weird.
Is that what happened? Okay.
You never
Oh,
went
yeah.
to the rice fields on my end, but
Yeah,
that's,
I thought
that's
it does.
Discord.
I'll find out when I watch the replay.
Action
You bloody
replay.
Get away with it.
Alright. You should be on a new map in Foundry.
I'm still on top of the pillar.
Alright, I guess Astrid got lost and didn't come.
No, my secret plan all along was I'm just going to base jump and fly all the way across, you know?
Alright, you can't see him, but Lachner's right next to you, also invisible.
Just carry Lochner under your arm. I'm not kidding, by the way.
Alrighty.
If you don't want to get split up, that's probably how you do it.
Fair enough.
Alright. Well then you go ahead and move, and Lachner will move with you.
Wait, should I be in
Where
it?
am I?
Oh, I'm not there.
Oh
Okay.
jeez, big man.
It's like, what's wrong?
Oh boy. He's a big boy.
How many tiles is he taking up?
Excuse me while I
14.
just mark off some spell slots. And flying is third.
He's actually taking up 25 tiles.
Oh no. So just me moving, right?
Yep.
Any limitation on the amount at a time, or?
Nah, you're invisible.
Cool, right up.
Fine.
Breathes on his neck.
Just
Turns around, smacks you in the face, you fall unconscious, immediately lose concentration on both, and then get killed.
oh no. I'm gonna pop up sort of around this side of the tree.
Guys, this is a tree. Spoilers.
Is it a tree?
The root.
It's an Yggdrasil route, mate.
Well, they're
What they're
usually
here for.
attached to trees.
Yeah,
The tree is
Yggdrasil.
in space, mate.
You know that one? That big tree?
Oh,
Kind of important.
Oh,
I think it's called like the tree, you know? Tree of all trees.
I thought it was more of a fern,
Very
to
well.
be fair, but yeah. Anyway, these little rock pillory things, like here, are they like much higher?
Well, you're in the air above everything.
Oh no, I mean like the ground, you know. Like
Yeah, they're like 15 foot tall
So,
off of the ground around them.
God, how tall is this guy?
He's 30 foot up, because that is the ground level here. And he is about 20 foot tall.
So if
He's
I
a
stood
very
on
tall,
top of
lanky
that
boys.
thing there, I'd be like on eye level with him.
That one's a bit taller. That one is 20 foot tall. So if you stood on top of it, you'd be like basically standing at the level his top of his head is.
Yeah. Well, I think in terms of a platform, is that like looking pretty stable if I were to be up on top of that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna sort of pop up there and sort of lightly put myself down on the far side of that. and assume I've got little headman with me, and I'll just release him, or like throw him like a Pokeball.
Right. You throw the invisible head under your arm. You have no idea where it goes.
I'll
Until
also...
a moment later, where floating in the air, he becomes visible as he casts suggestion and says,
Drum roll.
"Alright, big fella. Why don't you just go and head back? Tell everyone that it's all good. No need for anyone to watch today. Have a load off." Suggestion.
I'll just quickly state as well, with regard to the dragon, I'll give everyone the instruction that if I make the dragon give 2 flaps, that means
It
everything's
fails.
fine. And 1 flap means not fine.
You fucking love to see it.
You see the troll kind of like slowly turn, look over its shoulder, eyebrow raised, looks to the floating skull, kind of shrugs, picks up its swords that it's got sitting on the ground, sheathes them, and just starts plodding off.
Get him in.
I
Nice,
give the
nice,
dragon
nice.
the
Don't have much
signal
time,
for
guys.
2 flaps and tell everyone it's fine, come and approach.
Alright. The Draken makes the signal.
We do a little trolling, don't we, boys?
Let's
Probably
get
don't have
moving.
much time, because as soon as it gets within range of their scouts around the camp, they'll know something's weird. So
Cool. Let's go visit this route.
I'm just moving my heater.
Did he leave his horn here?
I doubt it.
No, he's still
Damn.
wearing it. He
He's
picked up his stuff and went home. He's gone.
Quick,
Ah.
everyone, quick. Touch the butt.
What?
Okay. A party
Oh,
approaches the route.
we have a small window.
Alright, how fast you going?
So how does it? Where's the suggestion?
well, we would have been within 10 minutes
Yeah.
of the fly speed of it, so we're not
Yes.
far away.
Huh?
Agreed.
We'll just fast forward to you guys being up here then.
I'll just be chilling on the route, waiting.
Yeah, because I did use a use of single file before we
So does anything happen when Matt
we
touches
broke.
the root?
So I'll just roll the stealth check for us, like on our original
Nope.
approach.
You feel a thrum of power from it.
Oh, actually, what was it that we cast to find out? Like, because the one that I got Vital Surge from, how did we figure that out? That it had stuff?
We went near it, and then it
That
was
a bit
like,
weird. Yeah.
yeah, that wasn't a Yggdrasil, that was a place of power in a dungeon.
Wasn't it near an extra route? I can't remember.
No.
No.
That was
What?
under
It was a
where
big-
we
it
found
was-
the spirits things. We fought the big evil spirit.
There
And
was like
then
a tree thing there, but it
underground
wasn't
there,
an
yeah.
Yggdrasil
My
root.
brain's
It was
just
a fey
mashed it
thing.
all into one.
It was a fey thing. Green, not blue and purple.
Speaking of blue and purple,
I
it appears to be an Yggdrasil.
wouldn't know because I'm loading.
Now, do we want someone standing a bit further away to just keep an eye out?
Invisibility in the last 10 minutes, doesn't it?
What was
Now,
that? Sorry,
Visibility is the
Simon?
power.
Oh, now.
Do we want
mind.
someone standing
That's
a bit of a
flight.
distance from group at
Charlie
trees?
volunteers.
Yeah, to keep an eye out and to test if distance actually matters for getting pulled into a dream. Or
Charlie
vision.
flies up to the rocks nearby and we'll keep an eye out for ski trails.
I'm still invisible.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
Congratulations.
I can confirm you're
I'm
visible.
concentrating
Can't
on
see
it.
you.
Yeah, true.
No, you're concentrating on likeness.
Which is
Was
now...
it?
Yeah,
Oh,
Right,
yeah,
yes.
So anyway,
That's
you're
ended
gonna be
anyway.
approach
Cool.
the route.
Touch the butt.
Touch it.
Touch it, go.
Touch the route.
Do it, Mal.
I'm
That's
doing-
you.
Mal
Did he
walks
just
up,
disappear?
touches the root.
Nothing happens.
Did he just
Uh,
vanish?
Everyone
Wait,
explodes.
hold up a second.
What
Dan.
what level is your object permanence, Jake?
I can't see it. He disappeared when he moved. I can't see him.
Yeah, because he moved out of your sight.
I haven't selected myself.
DM, serious one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yes.
I'm gonna summon the rock,
Mm-hmm.
the one that I made, though it's a weapon. Gonna try touching the root with it.
Touch the root with it. There's a ting. Nothing happens.
Now, is there? It's just all crystal, right?
Crystal
like-
with these like crystalline bush-looking things growing on it.
Can I try? Oh, but everything looks brittle and stuff. Like not weak, but
The bushes had like flex to them when you touched them before.
I'm gonna try and stab the bushes.
Stab the bush, kind of rustles.
Okay. I'm gonna throw it and put it like on the root and just leave it there while we have the drim.
Okay.
But have my hand on it and then touch the root with my other hand.
Touch the root.
The root you touched was actually me. Haha.
I need everyone to make an intelligence saving throw. You may willingly fail if you'd like.
I willingly fail.
Even me, so far away.
Yep.
I'm failing.
I'm gonna try it anyway, but I willingly fail.
I think I
Okay.
fail.
I'm trying to make the save.
Oh,
Is that enough?
Cool. Svarthen remains conscious.
Woohoo!
Congrats.
Everyone else falls into
Damn it.
a dream.
Chris in the dream as well.
Drem.
so Karnleek's just over in the middle of nowhere having having a dream.
Is Trisk also in the dream? He hasn't appeared
Nope.
to report.
He's not in the dream.
Woohoo!
He's
He's
not
not the
invited.
chosen one.
All right. You find yourself standing, all of you except Svarthen, on the branch of the Yggdrasil. The cosmos surrounding you. You do not see a crystalline Lachna humanoid form with you. What you do see is you all find yourselves standing in front of a set of just rectangular doorway shaped kind of just freestanding rectangles of light that look like doorways. And there appears to be there is some slight differentiation. Though there is a lot. The one in the center is a bit larger. If you go closer to each of them, there are certain impressions you can get.
Can we one by one get an impression of each of them?
Sure. The one in the middle, many impressions, mostly involving dragons. You see flashes of Siegmund and Sigurd and a few other people who you do not recognize, and the flashes come too fast and too brief for you to really get a good image. You think you see another man and another woman.
Okay.
One of the other doors, flashes of a grand castle, of a king, of a man holding a glowing sword aloft. Other one of a young, powerful warrior facing down various trials, and then an older king making a last stand. Another door you see get impressions of a young boy, all like face covered in dirt and ash, riding out on a boat. And then the last doorway, you get impressions of a man, human, Dantha looking, in just various different situations. Looks to be leading a mostly normal life. From the flashes you get, battles, drinking, nothing specific.
Is this like a choose your own adventure?
Yes.
Pick a vision.
The doorway with the impressions of the young warrior appears to be dim. And you look closer at it, and it's kind of like there's a shimmer over it, like a force field or something in front of it.
So it looks like the visions we've been having are sort of centered around the same people every time. How many doors were there?
5.
And this one...
Well, just don't choose the one with the castle. I don't want to be involved.
So you said it looked like a force field sort of thing?
Yeah.
Ah, damn it, they've locked this one behind DLC.
Coming soon.
You sure it isn't some sort of achievement-based system?
I think the dragon.
I vote dragon, yeah.
Yeah, Estrid's taken a particular shine to dragon.
Or Beowulf. Beowulf is cool.
That's the one that is force fielded off.
Yeah, I was
Beowulf,
about to say,
right?
that's because Fathen's not
Ah,
It's
I
not with us.
see.
Something to block the cold coming
So it's like one for each of us.
That raises the question of the ones
Who
we
hasn't
haven't
had one
seen.
yet?
I haven't had one that
I
I'm
haven't
relevant
had a
to.
dream, and you haven't had a dream.
Have you ever had a dream that you
So which ones do you think are relevant to you? There was the person facing down
So
all the
there's-
different trials.
There's like a regular dude. So Beowulf, we know that was the young man and then the old one.
Ah.
Was that the Beowulf?
What did we get
Right,
from
yeah.
the one that was behind the door, behind the force field?
yeah, what he said. Young man, and then an old king.
So there's the dude who's just kind of having a regular ass time, and
And then the person who's facing all the trials, all the various monsters. Right, Tim?
Yes.
right.
Wait, there's... No, that was Beowulf facing monsters.
That makes
yeah,
sense
okay.
for Swarthen, yeah.
The other one was a young boy, or teenage guy,
I have a
sailing
suspicion
out on a boat.
Actually, no. I thought I had a suspicion of who that could be, but I don't actually know.
Wait, so is there theory each
Jason.
person's got a different vision attached?
Yeah,
to it?
Yeah.
the idea.
Because Swarthen's not in here, his is blocked out.
So what do we call this little space then?
The lobby.
Yeah. I was going to go for a video game. Like the load screen.
Finally tried.
It's the Dreamtime stories, mate.
This is being recorded.
The
I
round
think as interesting
Being
as this
recorded.
is, and we should
Story
absolutely
of Pyres is filmed in front of a
mark down
live
that
studio audience.
We should absolutely mark down that we've got 5 we now know with certainty that there are 5 different sort of storylines going on here. I think trying to stick to the remainder of the Sigurd tales, if we can't get whatever left is going on.
Well, I just want
Yep.
to. We haven't had a dragon really mentioned. Like,
Well, Fafnir
The-
was mentioned, I believe.
And there
We
was
haven't
a field
had-
of dead dragons.
you don't even know what I was going to say. I was going to say, since the first one, we haven't really had the conflict of the dragons, front and center, which was literally the first one.
The most historically relevant.
I mean,
There are impressions of dragons from all of these, but
All about the
the
dragon.
central one has a lot of dragon impressions.
I'm
Well, yeah,
certainly
I'm
not
gonna
going to
jump this
oppose
in,
that one.
Yeah, if we can get enough of what's going on in that one to like concretely have an idea of what's going on, everything else will either feed into it context-wise, or we will have a baseline to like
I'm still
assess
confused why
from.
this is happening to us. And
Because we keep touching
where did
roofs.
you even find Luckner, Mel?
What do you mean?
Where did Luckner come from?
You pick him up on the side of the road.
I actually genuinely, I genuinely can't remember. It's been so long since I had him.
What do you mean? You literally don't remember.
It's been so long. I'm
You-
pretty sure that I. Why are you asking me 2 years into the campaign?
Back
You
in his
you,
day,
you came by
well,
Lochner some point in the last like 2 decades,
Yeah,
but like you spent most of your time just living in a hut up on the mountains, not really keeping track of the days,
basically hermit.
smoking
Hermit
the
purple.
I didn't
smoking the bit of the old Toby.
yeah.
A halfling's leaf.
So I don't smoke weed, but I do hobbit smoke. Yeah. I specifically engage in the hobbit smoke. I'm pretty. Yeah, I was just unsure if I got it in the. I didn't get it when I was with Bagheera. Well, that's still canon. Yeah, that's still canon. But
we have cannons.
It's alright, Bagheera's just asleep. You can see it in the back of Matt's
I'm
frame.
gonna have to. What did I say? All right, let's keep going. You don't have to leave.
Alright, to the center door then.
So the
Right.
center.
As all of you step into the center door, as the last one of you enters, the light fills your vision. Malbradier, roll a d3 for me. Actually, a d4, sorry. When you went like, I thought you were going to say, no.
Yeah, I was.
I thought a D3.
I
thought you
corrected
said
myself to a
three,
d4.
Oh, I
Listen.
was telling you
Keep
they were
up, keep up! Alright, now roll a d3.
And Juswain was too engaged on the possibility of us all going through different doors at the same time. That would be a fun thing if we all walked through separate doors and then we had to do 6 sessions in a row of visions.
Wait, there's only 5 doors. What do you mean?
Yeah, and they're long sessions.
Yeah, actually, why are we wasting time with all of us doing one door? We should have maximized our information gathering.
Alright. You find yourself standing in a familiar looking hall with a root of an Yggdrasil up at one end, with an indent of a sword embedded that was once embedded into it. There are a couple people around. Looks to be early morning based on the atmosphere. People getting up, getting ready, that sort of thing. And you find standing next to you a young, maybe late teens, early 20s, Sigurd. The rest of the group, minus Farthen, you find yourself floating ghostly in the air. Sigurd looks like he's got traveling clothes on, big hiking bag on, and yeah, he is holding out a cloth bundle to you. I think it's best if you hold it for the journey. It doesn't feel right yet. It is not a baby. Feeling it, it feels like a hard, sharp object.
Is
Two
it
of them.
tightly wrapped, or can I like?
No, not really.
Just like take a peek.
It looks to be the two halves of Graham.
Two halves?
Yes, Graham that was snapped in half by
So I
Odin.
thought there was 3 Graham bits.
You certainly had an impression that there were multiple Graham bits in
There
your
we go.
scrying,
I'm right.
but at the moment, from what you've seen physically of Graham in these visions, it was snapped in two, and it's still, the two halves are still like nearly 2 feet, 2 feet plus long. It was a big fucking sword to start with.
I'm
Damn.
basically Cosmere aware is what the
Yeah, it was like an Ormsjotun sword size.
It has been partially remade.
Alright. Let's keep going. Hold a minute. Let's keep going.
Alright. He pushes open the door and starts heading on out. You coming?
I'm just trying to think of like ways to get information that are like not immersion breaking. Like, what do you think of my name? How do you think my name's spelled and stuff like that?
When I was like, so, what do you think? Try it out.
Alright. Sigurd heads on out of the Hall of the Volsungs, that you also know as the Hall in Vithvik.
Does it look different from either the vision or the time that we actually were there?
Make a perception check.
He's asking the right questions. Advantage.
Looking around, the shape of the mountain itself that the hole sits on is mostly unchanged. It's hard to tell from memory, but looks more or less the same. But looking out, it looks totally different out there. There's no big valley or lake that you know to be around Vidvik. The terrain is a lot less rocky than the area you're currently in outside the vision. It looks to be like grassy flatlands sort of area. In fact, you can actually see in the distance there's some sort of small structure out in one of the fields a ways off, and it looks to be pretty similar to the place that Sigmund died, out in that direction. But nevertheless, Sigurd starts off hiking. Presumably, you join him?
No.
Nah? Alright.
Stab myself with
Desynchronizing.
yeah. Slow ragdoll.
Alright, unless you want to strike up a conversation, Sigurd stays quiet. He seems a bit nervous, bit anxious maybe. Kind of like purposeful, but, you know, keep him quiet, keep him to his own thoughts as you guys begin to head out.
This is really dumb. But, I was gonna ask, you got any coin on you?
A little bit for the road, but
And I like put my hands out. I know
what
this
the
is really
hell?
pressure. What coinage is it?
He make a persuasion check.
I'm not taking it. Let me just look.
I just realized, like, I don't know what kind of money they use. Persuasion.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't. Why do I have plus 13?
Proficiency bonus went up. Okay. He like reaches into a pouch and Actually, no, he doesn't even reach into it. He just like pulls off a pouch and like tosses at you.
I kind of like awkwardly have Graham under the shoulder, under the armpit, and what money is in there? Like,
It's mostly gold with a couple silver coins.
and do I intuitively, looking at the gold, know what it is called?
As in, what do you mean? What it's called?
Like, the brain thought of this whole conversation was I was going to say penny for your thoughts, and I'm like, they don't use pennies. Wait, what money does he use? Is there like an image on it?
There is like a kind of rough, just rune of Odin, kind of like carved into it, but it's not very like these are pretty rough coins. Like compared to what you're used to,
Yeah.
these don't look like they're like properly solidly cast at any regular location or anything. It's kind of just
Old
like
rough coins are cool.
yeah, it's kind of just a
Someone's
weight of the
taken a
gold
disc of
sort
gold
of thing.
and slammed it with a
Yeah.
stamp.
I'm gonna toss it back to him after taking one of the gold ones out, and then I'm gonna be like, "An Odin for your, an old father for your thoughts." And then
He like catches it. It's like,
That was
you nervous too? That was lame.
what was that?
Are you nervous too? That was pretty lame.
Sorry.
I mean,
I
it's
just wanted to
been
look at some money.
it's been like nearly, well, not nearly 10 years, like 7, 8 years or something since I've seen Reagan. So you know, he gave me a pretty stern talking to when I left.
That's the guy on the. Sorry, this is not. This is character player speaking. That was the guy on the mountain, right? That
You
we left the boy with in the most recent dream,
sounds familiar.
and he has my sword. Do you reckon he's fixed it in well, and I can grab it and like get out with it? Anyway,
Just
you haven't kept in contact at all. No let. No.
no, he
rumors?
told me not to come back until I was a man. So, you know, bit pressure.
You're joking. Hello.
Hello.
Nothing. I'm just. If you
What?
want to ruin my internet, have a vision.
Damn.
Sorry. What did you said man and then you cut out.
So, just a lot of pressure, you know? Whether I live up to his expectations or not.
Of course. What are you gonna say to him? Have you got an opening line?
Ooh. We should workshop that on the way up.
Alright, do you wanna come across cool or
I don't know, not arrogant, because he'll like take that shit and throw it right back at me, and that it won't end well.
tell him something like you don't look a day over 700 or however old he is.
That's a good one. Yeah. I think he'll like
don't know how old
that.
he
Yeah.
is.
He kind of likes it when you talk back to him. He doesn't
Like
show
when you
it.
talk dirty to him.
He doesn't show it, but he kind of like, he respects it, you know?
Yeah.
When you got the balls.
Just say something
Alright, that's
mean.
yeah.
Don't even make it funny, just be mean to him. Like,
Okay.
"Oh, you idiot."
Well, I need him to do the sword for me, so I don't want to be too rude.
Yeah, that's a good point. Do you reckon he can do it?
I mean, if he can't, we're kind of shit out of luck, so you better. Maybe I say that, like, you better be able to fix this shit, old man.
Yeah. You look what you did, fix it. He didn't do it. No, it's not. Yeah, just say fix it. No open, just fix this. Yeah, I like that.
Ugh. Yeah, I'll think about it. I'll think about something like that.
Timeline reverts back to what it was meant to be.
All right.
I'll let him cook.
Let him cook. You head out, down, out of the mountain where Vidvik now stands, into the fields. Cross it several hours before you reach the foot of the mountains opposite, and you begin the trek up. About 2 hours up the mountain, starts looking familiar again. Same path that you traveled previously. Changed slightly over the years, but more or less the same.
In what way changed?
Just like, new plants sprouted up. Trees looking older.
Do I get the impression I'm the same person?
You have no idea. You feel like
Certainly
you
are
felt
our
like
brother.
Mel were there then. You feel like Mel were there now.
Yeah, because I brought him when he was a child, right?
A baby.
A bubble.
Right. And so he would be like 10 then, right? Now? Like, how
What?
old does he look? You said he looked like a youth. or something.
He looks like late teens, early 20s kind of vibe.
Oh, right, he didn't just be baby and then leave for 8 years, right? There was time in between me dropping him and yeah, okay, sorry. Makes sense.
He just fucked off. He didn't
He had
like it.
enough time to grow
He
up
just got up.
and then get
Basically,
kicked
yeah,
out.
baby.
Zeus
I'm-
punched him in the face. Hercules is like a little baby.
Wiped a
Who's
bottle
best
of Svart Alpha ale on the way out.
That's shit.
Someone edit Boss Baby to look like him now. please.
Ah,
No. All right. Heading up the mountain. It's not long until you reach the familiar site of the Svart Alpha's small hut with his forge. No forge work being done at the moment, but you do see him now in the mid-afternoon, sitting on a bench. Wasn't there last time. Enjoying the afternoon sun, drinking something, probably strong.
I'm gonna hand Graham over to Sigurd and just be like, alright, now's your chance.
He nods, grabs it, walks over. He kind of like walks up behind him. He's like looking out. Don't look like a day over 800, old man. You faintly hear a snort.
That's good, that's good.
Did it.
Well done.
I was tempted to ruin the moment, but I was like, that would be so rude.
Here to get my sword fixed. Svart Alpha takes a deep breath, stands up, looks over at Sigurd, looks him up and down. No. Skinny, still pretty short. Not a legend to your name. You want to take up the blade of a legend? You need to prove yourself first. Sigurd, you can't see his face from where you're standing, but you see him turn and walk over to the forge. Both you and Regin watching. He goes to what looks to be a mostly made, pretty big, like, greatsword. Hefts it up over his shoulder. Tests its weight. And then swings it down on the anvil. And the blade just, like, shatters. Not even snaps, just, like, shatters into pieces.
Damn.
And he just tosses the hilt on the ground.
That's a temper tantrum.
Holy tempered sword too.
All right.
It's just not a very good blacksmith, so it wasn't worth getting conflict with him anyway.
I see you've got the potential at least, so let's strike us a deal. I'll reforge Graham for you. If you prove yourself a legend, I want you to kill my brother and take his heart.
I was gonna ask him about his brother, though. Or get Mal to ask him about his brother.
I'll do it.
Wait. Mal. His brothers. Remember that his brother's like a worm sword? He might be a worm sword too? Like, this could be bad. You know, combining the powers of the two. Like. Oh, yeah. That might be better.
I don't think you're changing the past. That's what this is.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go down that
All right.
road. I think that's incorporated. Knowledge from
Lost him.
Eskia's character. Like all Karnik would say to Mal is just like, yeah, his brother's a worm sword, remember? And like, the last time he said that his brother might be trying to kill him, take his power or something like that.
Can you say that again? Before?
Last time his brother said he thought his brother might be trying to kill him, or something like that.
I just remember that I promised to go help kill him with Sigurd.
You did?
Or something like that.
Ah.
Oh, no, with Sigmund. I think.
Sigmund was already dead at that point.
Who did I go with then?
No.
What was I
little
saying?
baby.
You were
just
on
had-
your own with a babby.
I offered to help kill this guy's brother with someone, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, doesn't matter.
All right. Hand over the pieces. If you're going to slay a great beast, you'll need a great weapon. But if you're not worthy of it, it's gonna fail you. Sigurd just wordlessly hands out the bundle. You
Check
reckon you...
Skull Lochner isn't here?
Nope.
So I
You
can't
rec-
cast his spells.
No.
Okay, sorry. Continue.
You reckon you got your old man's arms? Or are you gonna want to slim it down a bit? Well, I'm more of a sword and shield kind of guy, so if you can make it something one-handed, that'd be great. Alright. You, he points to you. Quit standing over there being useless, we got foraging to do.
You're used to helping with forging at this point.
I'll go start doing the bellows.
Alright.
I'm just
Straight
like,
into
I
it.
don't know how to smith. let him smith.
Over the course of the next few hours, Regan takes the shards of Graham. He takes out a few strips of metal. Like, he sort of starts to reforge the two pieces, but then takes out a few strips from the center of it and like sort of hammers it in to fill in the empty space to sort of bring down the overall size. And with you and Sigurd mostly just handing tools and pumping bellows, nothing important, he forges it into a one-handed bastard sword, hand and a half sword.
How long is this process again?
Only takes a couple hours. It's like sun's like gone over the horizon, but it's still, you can still see the like pink over the horizon.
So I could have theoretically struck up a conversation during this
Yeah.
with the guy.
Yep.
Okay, I just want to like, at some point, look at the bellows, just be like, yeah, your brother sounds like a bit of a jerk. Why?
Well, like I said, I think last time you were here, pretty sure
By
he
the way,
killed.
last time, like several decades ago.
We did it. We did already. Sorry.
Pretty sure he killed our other brother, Andvari.
Does that name sound familiar?
Make a history check.
He told it to you last time, obviously.
Yeah.
No, I don't remember. Oh yeah, maybe it did.
Make a history check.
Let me
You recall a single phrase that you've heard in a tale somewhere. Andvari's gold. You don't remember anything else associated with the name?
Damn it, that sounds like dragon stuff.
Like I said, Ian Andvari stayed on Svartalfheim. Always on the lookout for magical artifacts, that sort of thing. Svartalfheim's full of places where Aesir, Jotun, peoples from before the war, where the Aesir won their freedom. They used Svartalfheim as a sort of storage place. And they found something. I got word, at least, that they found something, and not long after, Andvari went missing. And Fafnir kept pestering me to come meet up with him in the north.
So his brother's name's Fafnir.
Fafnir and Andvari.
And I remember you had a vision in the past where you and Sigurd were going to a cave in, or somewhere in Svartalfheim to look for something to defeat Fafnir.
Yeah.
All connecting.
And now, I get word, not a few weeks ago, Fafnir is no Svartalfur anymore. A great dragon, going by the same name as my brother, has been terrorizing all over the northern lands. I've put off dealing with this problem for long enough. Time for you two to return me a favor by tying up a loose end for me. Avenge my brother. Show me his heart as proof. This is what I ask in return for me reforging the blade.
Can I insight check him?
Mm-hmm.
I am particularly asking or thinking in like, does he really care about his brother? Like, why the heart? Is that weird? Like,
Yeah.
Is he gonna do magic juju with it? Try cast Dominate Dragon on him and just see what happens.
There is a flash of just like intensity over his face as he mentions, like, bring me his heart as proof. Just kind of like his brow furrows a little bit more. His eyes narrow. Definitely seems focused on that idea specifically. With that done, he tempers the now smaller Gram and hands it to Sigurd. Sigurd tests its weight,
Kilogram.
takes a swing at the anvil. You see it go all the way down to the base of the anvil,
Sheesh.
We
yanks it out, gives the anvil a bit of a kick, and one half just kind of pushes away from the other. Well, that's mighty impressive, you little shit, but now I need a new anvil. Go kill that dragon for me. Sigurd takes up the long strips of metal that were taken from Graham, hands them out to you, as promised.
I nod.
Hope you'll find a good home for them.
How many strips are there?
There are two sort of like large, thick ones, like almost ingot sized, but just like kind of stretched out. And then there's two just like thin bars, small bars, like kind of, like about twice size, not twice the size, twice the length of like a bar magnet kind of size.
Does it look like just steel?
It looks silvery, but has like a golden sheen that it catches the light in. You recall when he first received it, Sigmund recognized it as Asgardian steel.
Yep.
All right, where can we find him? Regin heads inside, comes out a few moments later, and pulls out a map. You do not recognize the landmass, but I will DM you the image. Actually, no, I'll post it in the
We're
chat.
all
'cause everyone
here.
can see it. Yeah.
No, you don't get to see. I hide it from the ghost. I hide it from the ghost.
Again, this is an abstraction.
I float past
His version of the map is more detailed, but this is.
I don't get to see it, never lucky.
Just imagine everyone
then
giving
it's-
him weird looks.
Don't look at that image file and it's fail RP.
No.
And he points up to the
Andrew's dead.
the southern of the two peninsulas in the center north of the landmass. Around here is where I've been hearing he's been terrorizing. Somewhere around here he's probably got a lair. As for the details, that's up for you to find.
You'll have to find it first.
Now get moving. Every day you wait is another village burned. Sigurd starts heading off, sword in hand.
Hello.
Hello.
Say again.
Sigurd starts heading off, sword in hand.
Great. Probably not gonna see you for another 10 years.
What? What? You're coming. What are you doing?
Oh, yeah, okay. No, I meant
Wrong
to read
person.
it. Yeah, sorry.
Right.
So what
I'm not
was
saying I
the
see it.
what was
Yeah,
this?
I hope you see me in like maybe a couple weeks when you kill Fafnir and bring his heart back.
Don't know if I've never had to kill a dragon before.
Oh, first time for everything.
Oh, that's true.
Alvin can confirm it's true. This is the first time killed a dragon.
No, if I have killed a dragon or not.
You're the companion of Sigmund, a legendary warrior, and you might just be the companion of another soon enough. I know you don't like tale spreading about you, but I've heard them all the same.
Okay, guys, just saying, I have a guess that I am like.
Freya, you're Freya.
I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it. I don't want
Let the
He's
vision end,
Malbor
and then
there.
we'll see.
I'm me!
Oh my god!
Get
He
up,
lost his
Malbor,
memory,
right
and he was actually really cool once. Oh my
That
god.
you like hurry off after Sigurd. He's like holding the sword and he's like, "You could have given us a sheath. That would have been nice."
This dragon is not gonna get blunted, right?
Is it? I don't know.
You cut an anvil in half.
I guess, but like, he's like starts dragging along the ground.
Yeah, that feels cursed. That's
Yeah,
it.
Just
Yeah, it doesn't feel right.
Just have it over your shoulder, I guess.
Cuts shoulder immediately.
Damn.
It's like dropping a lightsaber vertically.
Hey, I noticed something weird when he was forging it. It was like a bit when he was like sending you off to grab some tongs, and he had me on the bellows. But I swear I saw him like go over to like the quenching bucket, and like I didn't see him cut his hand or anything, but it was like blood started, like a couple drops of his blood dripped in.
It's actually just blood magic.
Hello.
I don't know. Hello? Hello? Hello?
It's like he's
Could you
cutting out, but we
repeat
can
that?
still hear him the whole time.
I heard
Yeah,
about
his
the blood, but
download's fucked, but the upload's fine.
I heard about blood, but I didn't hear about the rest of it.
That
He
was
said he
basically it.
walked over from the.
It's like he cut his hand and there's one in his hand, but he couldn't see how it happened.
Yeah, I didn't see him cut his hand, but
Yeah.
it looked like he dropped some blood off of his hand into like the quenching oil or something.
Why would he be?
From my vague knowledge of
I don't know, Svartalfar magic forging stuff.
my vague knowledge of forging, would I know of anything that might be that I've learnt?
Make a history check with proficiency.
Ooh, heck.
Time to do a metallurgy check on Smart Alpha blood.
Plus 4.
Better guess for who this guy is.
I don't
You-
actually.
What was
Yeah.
his name and what was his
You, you've heard of like superstition around like, you know, adding your blood to a thing, but like you don't
It's
know of any
just-
actual
Yeah.
specific properties or anything, but like you also, yeah, like you don't know, like Sigurd said, Svartalfar magic smiths, they're wild, dude. These fellas, one of those fellas made Mjolnir. Two of those fellas made Mjolnir.
And
Who
if the
fucking
legends
knows?
are true, they made it from a dying star, so.
Who knows?
Yeah, sorry, what was this
Color
fellow's
of a star or
name
whatever.
again? Does anyone remember?
Regan.
Sorry.
Regan. Regin.
And and his other brother, not Fafnir, but started with a U.
Andvari. Andvari.
What's that? What I know that?
It does ring a bell from something.
The old Mary Dominion.
Yeah. That's it. So, you got any ideas on how to kill a dragon? Dwarf dragon? Do you think he'll be small?
What's the smallest dragon you've seen?
I haven't seen any. I've seen wyverns. Do they count? They're still pretty big.
That's like asking if wine counts as meat. They'll both get you drunk, but it's not really what I'm asking. Is that
That's
a good
very
metaphor?
true. That's a pretty good metaphor.
That was pretty solid. I liked it.
I don't know. Maybe some. You got any spells for dragons?
Now hear me out, shell game. I know that there's spells that in the same way that you can dominate the person to not be able to do anything, same with the dragon.
Alright. Sounds good. Like, I mean, I'm sure Reagan won't mind if we take, like, you know, a week or so, having some detours, preparing ourselves thoroughly. So I'd rather we take a bit longer and do the job than die and not do the job.
I've lived long
Right.
enough that I don't want to die, which is any time at all.
That's fair enough. How old are you, anyway?
Never ask a lady her age or me, because I can't remember.
Alright. That's kind of sad.
I was just also gonna say there's some kinds of divination magic you could use to find location and scry on them and stuff. That might be useful.
Oh yeah. You should use your magic and look at the sword.
Casts identify.
I can't cast identify.
Maybe you
Lock
can.
it.
Maybe you
I
can.
can.
Maybe
I'm
you
gonna
can.
try.
Can I cast
ritual
identify?
Cast identify.
While you're walking.
Alright. You begin to ritual cast, or you go through the motions of ritual
Am I
casting
Lochnar?
identify.
Am I Lochnar? Is that who I am? Is that what's happening here?
You couldn't be. You're not Welsh.
I just am like, Aishimai. Oh no.
Oh my god. What if Lochner's you from the future?
You from, what is it like to you from 1,000 years ago?
Whoa.
Time travel's cool when it's not cringe. Anyway.
Time travel is cool when it's not cringe.
You would
So,
taste.
you are not casting identify, but you do seem to be channeling some sort of power. You
Ancient magic.
don't learn very much. You get a cloudy sense that this is definitely a powerful magical artifact. And it seems to have some sort of dragon slaying magic imbued into it.
Did your dad's sword always have special magic to slay dragons?
I mean, he never slayed any dragons, so who would know?
Yeah, it's a really good question.
Yeah, that's what the
Well,
for from a dragon dude.
Huh?
Yeah. Blood from the dragony dude to help slay dragons.
yep. That is what I was going to say. Yeah, his blood maybe is making it.
You
That
feel
sounds
the
like a
vision
shocking
begin
thing.
to slip.
What do I want to say is my last word? I reach out and just say, do I have a regular catchphrase that sounds vaguely Welsh?
What? And then the vision
Is that what you
ends.
say?
Yeah, whatever.
You see Sigurd go,
Huh?
what? Huh? Huh? What? Huh?
Timeline like breaks at that point.
And
It's
then the
like,
vision ends.
Sigurd becomes obsessed with the land of the Welsh. It doesn't exist. He never kills the dragon. Like,
Huh? What? Huh?
What is that word?
I want to go
Welsh?
to Wales. That's funny. Did someone transcribe the vision into the notes?
Okay, Matt's recording the session.
Oh yeah.
it's,
You all awaken back at the root once again.
How much time does Barthen reckon has passed with his amazing ability to keep track of time?
Like a minute. Maybe 2.
Yeah.
Okay, I really want to get Graham now, guys.
Additional skeet rolls over this period.
Yeah.
Cool,
And
let's
so you
go.
not heard nothing.
Let's go.
Unless you reckon touching the root again will get you another vision. It's time to go.
Does the crystal look the same that I dropped? I was hopefully holding.
Yeah, it looks about the same. You just kind of like face planted on the ground.
Touch the
I-
root again.
I summon it out of existence. And I do
Yep.
try to touch the root again.
Touch the root again. Make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh no.
Wow, are you telling me we
kills
do
you.
just this whole time? Like, oh, that's funny. Okay.
No,
I
worse.
failed.
It makes you
I
stupid.
intend. Oh wait, maybe I don't want to. Yeah, I'll intentionally fail.
You intentionally fail?
Well, here we go.
Alright, hang on. Let me reload my application because a bunch of stuff's still working.
I thought you were meant to say a bunch of stuff's
about.
about to happen. And I was like, oh fuck.
You, Malbro, there, and only you, find yourself falling once again. You land on your
Oh.
back hard.
In the bed naked.
In the bed.
Yeah. Alright, this is my safe word. If I go up here, internet's not working.
Okay.
Okay. Alright. Continue. I'm by myself.
You by yourself, you land hard on your back on a branch of the Yggdrasil. Lochner is there in his crystalline form. He looks shocked and worried.
What's wrong?
Oh no! You're. He looks around and then jumps off the branch.
I'm gonna jump and follow him.
You stand up. You feel a presence behind you. Just a. You feel just a vast pressure on you from behind.
Is he
I
foaming at the
turn
mouth
ar-
yet?
I'm gonna jump, but I'm gonna turn around as I jump and be like,
You turn around as you go to jump. You just see, like, you know those like images from like the ISS where you can kind of see the Earth and it's kind of taking up the whole screen, the whole like vision, but you can still see the curvature on either side. It's like that, except it's just black.
So it's like looking at a black hole.
And then a moment later, it is upon you and totally surrounding you. You were jumping, but you just, like, there is no more sense of up or down anymore.
okay.
And you are just in blackness.
I'm gonna.
You hit the ground.
Okay.
You find yourself slammed against something. What do you do?
What am I? Am I in blackness? But
You are in blackness. You can feel that there's something solid that you are up against. That seems to be the direction of down.
I punch it.
Punch it. It's not even like a sensation that you're hitting anything. It just feels like your fist stops.
Can I summon my crystal?
You do summon your crystal, yes.
I just like tap it against the invisible wall.
Tap it. Kind of, yeah. Doesn't even make a sound.
So what's it like hitting nothing?
Feels like there's just a force field almost. Like there's nothing actually there. But you're just being stopped. And it's at least keeping you up from falling any further, you guess.
Time to speak to the eerie void.
No, no.
I'm gonna cast a spell magic on it. Does
So
that do
you-
anything?
The paint. Let's fall into the chasm.
I'm gonna try and.
No, this is
yeah,
probably worse.
this is probably gonna kill me. I'm gonna do it. Whatever. I think this is gonna destroy my soul. I'm
You
gonna
cast
try
a spell
cast it.
magic.
On the force field. Oh, I'm dead. I'm so dead.
Nothing seems to happen.
Okay, that's better.
That's the good outcome.
I'm
yeah.
gonna tap Lochner to see what he thinks is going on. See if he has like any connection to what's happening.
Lochner is on the ground. His root is not glowing like it
Oh.
normally does.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Also
give him a
time-
little, give Mal a
time,
little
right?
shake.
Yeah, let us know if like more than 2 minutes passes.
You guys would probably only be like a second into me passing out right now. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
right?
more than likely.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm,
But
like,
as soon as he touches it,
I
does
see.
Lochner fall to the ground? Like,
Is that what happened to
Hmm.
Lachlan the first time?
that's not. Does that happen normally?
Not happened last time.
Like, Svarthan would have seen it. Did Lachlan fall down?
You're on the ground, Mal. What do you do?
Yeah. So, I'm gonna, with the crystal in one hand, I'm like tracing the edge of the. I'm gonna run, but like, or jog and try and trace like the edge of the force field to find a gap for a little bit, like a couple minutes, like a minute or two.
I mean, like, it's the floor, so you kind of stand up.
Oh, so there's no walls.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You were just face planted.
Could use with a little bit of color in here, is what I say.
You stand up and look around, and you see a man. It's
I reckon
the
take him awake,
shape of a tall, broad-shouldered man dressed in all black, practical but still very fine clothing. The blackness around them is kind of covering, like obscuring their edges, almost like they're melting into it. Almost like this figure is pushing out of the blackness, but can't quite fully maintain a form. You can barely make out the face of a man with long white hair.
Okay, I cut out, but I got most of it. Okay, I was scrolled up in chat, and it was straight up like the Persona 4 dancing gif, and he has grey hair. Oh, that's funny. That's not what the message was. Who are you?
When they speak, it's like there is a voice, but it comes with just a overwhelming sense of gravity. Like the first syllable's out of their mouth, and you are just like back down on the ground on your back. That is my question. Who are you to be caught in my search?
I don't know what you mean.
A rat nestles on my tree, my great adversary. I sniff them out, but I find you.
I'm just gonna say nothing.
Well, next time you see that rat, tell him that I'll find it. He can't stop me. He's never been able to. He could not stop my return. He cannot stop me now.
I'm just gonna go for it and say, tell me why you weren't at Ragnarok. Please.
I was sealed by the Allfather. So many years of whispering through the cracks just to get back to Midgard.
So you wanted to be there.
I care not for the twilight of the gods. Just the sooner I got back to finish things, the better. Go, little flea. Tell your rat I'm coming for him. He can't run forever. With that, they turn around, and as they do, they just completely meld into the blackness and disappear. You blink, and you're on the ground, next to a root, with Svarthen shaking you awake.
Was that standard vision duration?
Been about 20 seconds.
Okay.
I look to Lochner.
Lochner's kind of, the root is kind of like flickering with light, and he's kind of like levitating up off the ground. Oh,
So,
I'm not used to passing out when you do those.
are you okay?
Aye?
That
Feel
wasn't
fine.
good. That was.
Well, wasn't good.
I start moving away from the route, and I'm like, we need to get going.
Well,
You see.
Let's just start going, please. I'm gonna.
No complaints. This place is going to be either very dangerous for one or another the next half hour.
I tied Lochner to my belt again.
I can fly on my own now.
No,
You know?
you're not allowed
Okay. Oh.
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 Just that sound of depression. That
Poor Lochner, he's finally got some freedom. But Mal needs an emotional
Right.
support
So
skull. So, it's
as we
understandable.
start walking away, like I assume everyone listens to me to some extent.
Mhm.
I get a
I'm just like,
file.
we're never touching a road twice again.
Why not?
You're the one that touched it twice. Why did you?
We're getting the thing that's chasing.
Fuck's sake.
You guys know about the thing that's chasing us. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Nidhogger.
Chasing you?
Yeah, it can find us if we touch it twice.
And we
Lochner freaked out, and that's why he passed out. And I don't
let's-
know. I don't know if he got away, but I assume he did.
So what happened? How did you realize this?
I'm pretty sure I saw the Nidhogg.
and he
How
saw
the
you.
fuck are you alive?
No cap, I was 100% in Lochner's shoes when you touched it again, and he was like,
No.
I'm out. Just couldn't even think of anything to say, just jumped.
Fucking hell.
That's not good, yeah. I feel like it makes sense that. Yeah, I don't know if we should have known that in advance. I think we sort of did, but like, I had
Maybe
the
we could
idea
have
that-
interpreted it, but intuited it. rather.
Yeah, it would have been
I
a
mean,
guess or stretch.
On one hand, it's nice to have information of how things are going down. On the other hand, that's really bad.
So it was trying to. Why didn't it destroy you? Did it not think that you had anything to do with Luckner?
I just am not big. Like, I'm so meaningless.
That Luckner is meaningful enough.
What?
Did you speak
Presume
his
that's who
name?
he's talking
Wait.
about.
If you spell, what did he say exactly?
What do you mean?
Why is Luckner important to the Nidhogger?
Do you tell us all the words it said? Best you can remember. Can we just basically assume we know what it said?
Basically, big dragon.
Unless Mal wants to lie.
Yeah, I say,
No, it's all sunshine and roses.
Lochner's actually. I actually say, like, confirmed. Lochner is the person I'm in dream. That's it. I tell them. No,
I wonder if
I tell them the truth.
he couldn't stop me from coming back. What does that mean?
Well, I
Wasn't-
just assumed that it was like, from his own like guile that he wasn't at Ragnarok and then came back later to be like, all right, the world is mine. But
Is there a
that seems like it wasn't
known
it.
reason that he didn't show for Ragnarok?
He was imprisoned.
Well, that's only because I know it, right? That's not because common knowledge.
I think some say they think he was imprisoned beneath the roots of the world tree.
Yeah, going off of the first page of the campaign guide doc thing, is that common world knowledge or is that like?
Yeah. Anything
what's
in
it
that
say?
document, you can assume your characters would know.
He was prophesized to come at Ragnarok, but failed to appear. Many speculate why this was. Some claim it was the careful planning and foresight of the Allfather Odin. Others that the machination of Loki trapped the Great Worm beneath the roots of the World Tree. But regardless of the reasons, is now returned.
Oh, do you know what
Is
I
there-
just realized Lochner kind of sounds like Loki. Like I know that he's Loki, but like I didn't
Loki's
think-
actually Welsh. Loki is Welsh.
Oh my god.
a giant Welsh.
I realize I actually did this slightly wrong, but retcon. Everyone in Karnlik's visions sounds Welsh. Lochner has that kind of accent.
Ah. So Lochner is
Where's-
Albionic.
But other than that, probably like one or two of you, probably Unviklig, might have heard that sort of accent and would associate it with
Something
southern
from
Australia.
Okay.
Okay, my theory is Lochner isn't specific. Oh, maybe it's maybe.
Lochner's never specific.
He's quite general.
I thought you met a different person that you thought was Loki in your vision.
No, I'm pretty sure it was Lochner.
So you think Lochner is Loki,
It,
the dead
in the sense that
Aesir
Lochner
god?
is in the sense that Lochner is anyone, yeah. Like
Do
is
we know what
Lochner
Loki's rune looks like?
Yeah,
it's on.
Mal's
I
got
saw
it
my
on his
armor.
bloody armor right now.
I saw
Why don't
my
we
armor.
just carve that into Lochner's forehead, see if it does something?
That sounds
Well,
like
that's
a
a really
really
good idea.
destructive form of testing.
Estrid has also tried to legend lore on Lochner, but it did not work.
What was that?
If Lochner was Loki, that would have worked.
Maybe.
Probably.
If
No,
it was
'cause
no,
the-
you have to say the actual name, don't you?
Yeah, I don't
On
know.
Legend Lore? You can't just
Yeah,
say
it was at the end of a session. I don't know if everyone was here, so
Mm.
just making
I
sure.
don't know if I rolled.
Put legend lore in the chat, Estrid.
Hold up.
Wait.
There you go.
We named Lochner
the
and nothing
thing
came
you
up.
named isn't of legendary importance again.
If I say
Doesn't mean that it would
Loki.
work, David. There's no implication that it should work because Lochner is specifically like shattered. So, like, that would make sense if it was Loki and Loki's dead and is shattered himself or is shattered or whatever.
perhaps next
Loki,
time.
Loki has shattered and pizzed himself.
Loki for real, for real.
Perhaps
I mean, there's
once
the,
we have
there's the thread.
a rest, I can get the spell prepared and ready and give it another go with Loki as the focus.
I mean, the issue is though, like, even if you learned about Loki, you wouldn't necessarily link it to Lochner.
Yeah. What's interesting is how it links up to that one little piece of information we got from the Wall of Wathanas, that apparently Loki saw something coming in the future when he was sneaking into a relic hall or wherever he was.
Okay, where's our lore notes? Let's go read this again.
I love that I specifically remember that one, but it's possible that he saw something during Wormvoldi and made preparations, and this is a stretch, big one, but Lochner is a component of those preparations.
You
Do
know,
you
It's
think
like-
Lochner embodies the let chaos reign vow of Loki?
Would it could.
It's kind of rude. What the hell?
Yeah, I mean, he's right there.
I'm thinking Lochner could possibly be like, I don't know how, like, jump to
We're
the
having
Harry
these
Potter lore
whispered
of like
conversations while we
Horcrux.
sneak back to the cart, right? Remember?
Where do we have our notes on the Wall of Wathanas?
go to the journal and the lore
Journal
notes.
lore notes for one.
I thought that was.
I've also got to go to bed really quickly because I have to be up quite early. Sorry, I've got to get to bed pretty soon.
The third segment?
But,
Is it
Or-
worth taking a day's travel and then finishing the session there with like downtime then rest to go?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I'm happy if you guys want to keep doing whatevs, but I gotta go. Is all. I just prefer we don't do another vision. I'll touch the root again.
I'm
Well,
sure that won't end, Paul. Yeah.
What do you reckon he'd do? Do you reckon he would just destroy my soul? Or...
Why don't
Be
you
like,
find out?
Get out of here.
Do you have a
Get
backup,
you to-
I'm gonna get. Wait, what'd you say?
do you have a backup character?
Yeah, his name's Trisk.
Yo.
So what move sneakily?
Oh
back
yeah.
action
I
and
don't
then
know if you
Red light?
noticed, Mal, but Trisk changed some of his spells when he leveled up.
I didn't.
The last 2 paragraphs in the 3rd segment seem relevant.
If you need to find him a plate of adamantine worth 200, so he can cast magic barrier.
Okay, so the last line of the 3rd segment of the Wall of Odanas seems to make sense in that that looks like the binding of the Nidhogger. So it says
Yep.
in the 4th and final scene located at the bottom of the 3rd segment and down in the roots of the Yggdrasil, depict the one-eyed chief, i.e. Odin, performing a grand work of magic. His magic drives back the tongue of the great dark wall as it coils around the roots of the world tree, continuing to seal the darkness beneath its roots.
A quick thing with Legend Lore too. I know it says, like, you name, a person, place, or object. Can you work it in the way that it's like, rather than literally just a name, you could be like a little more specific about, like, say,
Like naming an event.
this particular scenario with Loki, like Loki's, I don't know, what would you say this part of the story could be summarized as?
My theory with Loki is that he's either like Loki died and then split himself up to not like. I think the fact that Legend Lore doesn't work would make sense.
What
to
happened?
them.
Someone just straight up
How come the Nidhogg
killed
doesn't?
Loki as part of Ragnarok's normal legend, right?
Heimdall and Loki kill
Heimdall.
each other.
Right.
I'm thinking
I'm
Loki had a
Heimdall.
Horcrux.
You're
That would be the sort of thing he would pull. It's just like, yes, kill.
I'm
Actually.
Radio Rebel.
I don't.
Anyway, what I was trying
I
to say
don't-
before was that it's either my theory is it's either that he's dead and split up, or that he's got like backup Lokis or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I agree that
Little
Yeah.
Lokelings.
Low cruxes.
Oh, you mean like?
I think the evidence. Yeah, I think the fact that the Nidhogger knows who Lochner is and speaks of him like in the past tense, being like, "You couldn't stop me coming back. You can't stop me now." Like, maybe that helps it be Loki, but I kind of have a feeling that it doesn't quite fit as easily.
Well,
Yeah.
he literally said that he was
I think
like
he's-
up to mischief with me, and Lockdown, I'm pretty sure, is my patron.
Hmm.
So
I think Loki is definitely heavily involved. Whether or not he's Lochner, I'm not certain. Because didn't you see, or was that just Lochner? Like, there was like after a vision one time as
Yeah,
you were falling
it was
back.
basically big version of Lochner, like
Right. Yeah.
Daddy's
That's the
accent
first time we
and
saw.
everything. He just
That's the
mentioned
first time we
mischief.
saw him as a full like.
What was it? What did we see exactly?
You didn't say
It's
nothing.
just Mal. Yeah.
Yeah, well, tell us, bitch.
I said it was a full version of Lochner. It was
I
like
couldn't
looking
hear.
into the- Well, it's because David spoke over me.
I know, that's why I asked you to say it again.
So
And you said you didn't say anything.
It's basically a big version of Lochner. So it's like that image of him in the like as the sky, but like nighttime. Aurora Borealis, but
Make an int check, Malberdare. See how well you recall that vision.
Because
basically
I
it's
had the impression that was Loki. But we have since, of course, seen Lochner's reform. Wherever. What vision was
I'm
that?
pretty sure they're the same, but intelligence. Basically, bad roll.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to tell, given that Lochner's form is made of crystal and it's hard to get any sense of depth on his features when he seems to contain all of the cosmos within his very being. But I mean, definitely both have horns in more or less the same shape. But yeah, other than that, specific features, kind of, you guess, general body type. Like neither of them particularly brawny or anything like that. They're both kind of skinny looking. Though again, hard to tell with Larkner because he's got crystal world tree robes on.
So, because the note I've got on that dude is P.S. Mal met some shifty bloke in a tree prison.
Yeah,
Was the-
so...
was he in a prison?
It had Larkner's accent, looked like Larkner, and mentioned mischief, so pretty sure Larkner is Loki.
Was it?
Either
Was
that,
it
he's
in-
like a scion of Loki, but I feel like that's...
maybe, yeah. Was
more
it in a
str-
prison? Was the, or is that something that?
It was in a featureless dark place.
It was the hand that kept grabbing out, I'm pretty sure. Or...
You were grabbed by a hand and then had that vision.
Speechless dark place, and it was the same. Like it was what we see now with Luckner, just bigger, as far as we are concerned.
More or less. And like a full person. Because Larkner's just a skull.
I mean, what we see with Luckner in visions these days of the brute hanging out. in the prison.
Looks like this. Space boy.
What if it's a girl?
That would be a twist.
Larkner is a femboy twink.
Yeah.
Space twink.
So yeah, maybe Luckner is some broken parts of.
I think
I don't know. It just
definitely.
doesn't quite feel right to me. But then I don't know.
I think definitely when
doesn't
we
have
have a
anything with
rest,
blood.
I'm gonna definitely give an attempt at legend loring, maybe
With
Loki
was a-
past death or something. Loki beyond death.
Can we maybe not pursue anything to do with Larkner for the moment? I don't know how anything would interact with him being found by the world, but he was very close.
But anyway, that's
Yeah,
good. Have like a quick cart.
Yeah.
You get parts, Tiny and whatnot.
Hey, Karlik, navigate.
Can I have help?
Help.
No.
Does your
Oh.
stealth this thing still apply, or are we
He did.
back to normal again, Jack?
I used another version of it, so
Sorry, I've got to be up at like 6:30 tomorrow, so...
considering I
I'm
probably
gonna go.
lost concentration.
Oh, right.
Thanks, Osborne, for
So stealth checks for everyone then.
killing my brain.
So we give stealth checks then if we get sneak.
Don't worry. You've barely scratched the
I
surface.
rolled a 31. I don't think anyone's beating.
Oh, I thought you said you would have broken concentration. So
Yeah, so I said I
I
cast another
really feel
version.
like I was
Oh,
very
okay.
close to having my soul crushed. Yeah, and that feels worse than dying. Like, I didn't even get to go to heaven. Do you
Yeah,
reckon?
you go to
Do you
heaven.
reckon he would kill me if I came back, or is there any way I could like convince him, guys? Because he seemed really lonely. Like,
Guy, I'll work with you. I'll get you the dude if you let me
I
off
was
free.
tempted to be like,
Just sell out.
"Hey, what do you want?"
Hey, I'll hook you up.
Of all things.
Yeah, I'm imagining like Saul Goodman, like, what do we got? Public masturbation. Alright, thank you for running the session, Osborne. See you boys.
No worries.
Internet was
Double action
not
can I
great, but it was better.
hide out on the northern path?
Alright, see you.
See you.
Yeah, can I assess the difficulty of the coldest hideout in this travel action?
That's a very good question. Let's see. Oh yeah, they are slightly below.
Just seeing as how Unvictic was addressed, I figured may as well check
You
it
guys
out.
could probably beat up some red knights now.
Yo.
What?
Exciting.
What could we beat up?
The
Red
Knight,
knights.
Blood Coldest dudes. They got the spooky armor. Actually put them last time that we could get 2 blood we did fire damage. Like that was
Um,
helpful, but
So, what did you look at?
The coldest hideout.
And
think
what was
that-
the result?
50 was particularly interesting. I figured may as well assess because I'm doing nothing else to
And
travel.
what was the result?
Oh, I'm slightly easier. Great.
So wait, what time is it now?
Look at the clock.
Is
I
that?
don't think correct. Is that accurate?
Yeah. Is that accurate?
It's
to
now
all
accurate.
of them? That's a bit.
Actually, I think 1 more hour.
So we've had how many travel actions today? 1.
2 or 3? Like 1 down to the base.
Depends what that sort of
2,
fluffing around,
3,
going back
4.
and forth is.
Yeah. Would you rule the flapping
5.
around be the route as being part of a travel action thing, or was it just flapping around? But like we were a tile away from the route, so.
Sorry, was there a question?
Yeah, we'd been a tile away from the route and ended up fluffing and getting from like there to the route and stuff post scouting. Would that have been a travel
Nah,
action?
nah.
Cool. In that case, we've had 2 travel actions today, so we can have another
Wow. Let's get the fuck away from here.
2. You want to like, get to the Rokkermenni camp?
I reckon so.
I like that. In before that's where the next attack by undead hunters comes from. Hell's Cull.
Oh, that tile works. Yeah, because that's exactly 8 miles from the camp.
Love to see it.
Well, we might as well, if we're going there, we might as well pull off the road here then.
I'm gonna look for creatures on the way.
Cool. I'm
Well,
gonna
I
take off my hoodie real quick. So, 1 second.
The what was the thing I used called it? When I used Food Physique, adding bonus to con checks, my perception is based on con. So I get an extra +6 to that as a werewolf when I'm using that, so that's kind of crazy. Right, Osborne, you would have missed what I just said, didn't you?
Yes.
Food Physique increasing strength, dex, and con checks by strength mod. As a werewolf, that's kind of crazy with my perception, because perception is con, so adding an extra +6 is kind of nice. And yeah, I'm looking for animals in this next travel.
Cool.
Um,
I guess I'll search for people.
Can I have assistance with navigating Astro?
You sure as hell can. Damn.
there's Food Physique lasting 16 hours, by the way, because level 3 slot.
Alright, so 23 and a 12 mile radius. Miles. Alright, you learn
Orange.
of a couple things.
Ooh, exciting.
Let's see if there's any extras there. Yes. Alright.
You'll have to delete the card.
Bam.
Zoom.
Bam.
Correct. Roll Watchtower.
Learn of a strange Jotunheim beast and a Dverga manned watchtower. Over this side.
They're operate out of there.
So the Verga are keeping an eye on all the trolls out there.
Ooh. You learn that there are definitely some creatures there and there.
Creatures.
Graveyard.
Fested battlefield.
Yikes.
Full of fests. Can I assess that, or because we discovered it this travel action, no go?
No go for this one.
Okay.
Red Cliff Overlook. Sounds like a good place to get another vantage.
Still, keen to go beat up whatever the fuck's in the Jotun burial mound.
Oh yeah, I'm keen for that thing.
I'm pretty sure I have some inherent advantages against undead as well. Mostly given the fact that I do damage with Hellfrost.
That's a fun thought, actually. Fighting
Let's feel like in the hair.
and then the Hellskull rock up, and we're like, oh no.
Yeah, that's just when I am immediately shut down with PTSD. I think I mentioned that last time.
Oh dear. Any next travel action, we head to the camp. I'm assuming the 19 was good enough to get here, by the way.
Yeah. All right.
I will go to Rokkermenni camp. Say hello.
Next travel action. What is your planned route?
Give us the
These
route.
things.
Give us the route. Even.
Is going over some rough terrain.
Terrain. It is rough.
Do. Cool. Make your check.
I have some resistance extra again.
Ba-ba-bam.
Powerful things again.
I'll search for places of power. Why not? We've moved far enough away.
It always
from
happens that both of us roll shit on the same rolls.
Excellent. All right. Let's see what happens.
Oh no.
Who says we're gonna teleport to the
Gonna
Gulf?
grow? No, we actually end up back at the route, and it's been swarmed by skeeters. Ski trolls.
I think I'm gonna find much in that radius.
Right. So.
All right.
Oh no.
Hang on.
On a path too. We crossed the path like twice
Like, hang
and
on.
don't
There's a
even
road
notice
here.
it.
There shouldn't be a road here.
Well, I guess it's no trouble for the day. Downtime.
Well, shit.
Who wants to come hunting with me?
I'm going to be crafting and cooking in this downtime, so you guys go do that.
I'll go help you out.
Cool.
Me and
I'm
Draken will
reading up
come and
about
help
the Wall
you.
of what that is.
Feed the physiques and apply for this as
Alec's busy interrogating Malbreather, who casts Memorize on the wall, so he has a picture-perfect memory of it.
Yep.
Alright, what do you guys reckon's better? +9 with disadvantage or +4?
That's
I'd go for
even.
+9 with disadvantage.
Yeah, more
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Flat
check
number,
too.
bigger flat number, better.
Yeah. So I'm going to be using stealth hunting for once.
Wow.
Cool, hey. Wow. And so using that one and perception.
That's
Hunting
fucking-
the large size creatures in the area using a
Okay. Okay.
and Matt, you said you're helping, yeah?
Yeah. What do you want,
Same
buddy?
Hunting style checks.
So who was the one who died that meant we couldn't reforge the world? Ymir, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
died.
Ymir and Cert together reforged the world. And Ymir
Survival
is
a good one?
dead.
Yeah, so I
Do you
was
think we could ever revive Ymir?
They are kind of a god.
What's the day say? For large.
But I mean,
15.
I'm sure a scroll of revival.
Woohoo!
Dragon doesn't see anything and he's got advantage.
Wait, what? Why are you running for dragon? This is you and me, mate.
Oh, he always comes with. Flying above.
Then cast that on every check, no exceptionals. So single creature. And it's what was the check? Beat it up again. Okay, ability check with proficiency. Cool.
How many common curatives have we got right now?
that as well. Sheesh. Does a 33 successfully kill it?
Yes.
Cool. Let's do another hunt, because one large creature is probably not sufficient.
So where do the fiery?
How would you guys feel about me using 4 or potentially 8 common curative reagents
That's a
for
fire.
some
I don't
enhanced
use any, so
potions
go
of healing?
ahead.
Or
What's their current supply?
we have 18.
And do we use them for anything?
Yeah, what Unviklig's about to do.
Yeah, if they don't go to anything else, then 100%. But the only other use I know about them,
mean-
like that we potentially use is like synthesizing them into essences, but it's like, nah, just do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Let's do a second hunt.
16.
Second.
Oh,
hunt.
if I add... Okay.
Or
No, they're DC 13. Damn, that makes it...
Okay, that's 2 exceptional successes.
Man, the origin story of this world is weird.
Plus 5. I can actually take this as...
Fucking man emerges from an ice block that's melted by cows licking it.
Yeah.
Hey, that's no less weird
Aye.
than some of the shit Chinese mythology does. A monkey that was a statue becomes alive. This is still stone, but it's a monkey. It bows in 4 directions and immediately goes and fights like 700 angels.
That guy shot down how many sons?
Does a 16 beat the DC for whatever we found?
Minus
I like
1.
5, right?
I think so. Double check.
you fail successfully.
16, just.
Well, that was the minimum, so that's nice. Okay, cool. So we killed another 2 things then. Nice. So 3 large creatures. Do you reckon that's good enough?
3 attempts to roll a...
Yeah,
That
cool.
should do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do it. And then we switch back and let's do
I
the
need a
top.
fire for this. So I'm gonna have I'm gonna need to ask to use some firewood for this.
You
Yeah,
want me
cool.
to start butchering or something?
Yeah, I'll attempt to help you with it.
So where did the fire
The wisdom-based survival or intelligence-based nature? I'm going to assume survival.
Survival,
Damn
because
it.
that's wisdom and I get +5.
3 attempts.
To help. And not help. So the first one, you get advantage +3.
Nice.
Easy. Oh, I actually nailed it.
Nice.
AODs.
You only have advantage for?
Advantage on the second and no advantage on the third.
Easy. All right.
Nice.
Mate, game just
Nice.
fucking plays itself at this point.
Okay, Matt, can you
4 plus
please
2.
roll first 12d12?
Sorry, how many?
12d12.
12D. Jesus.
It was like 3 large creatures, mate. What do you mean? Cool. Alright, David, 77 pounds of food for us.
Yeah, how much is that gonna? How many days is that gonna feed Spartan for?
2 days for party.
Like
one.
3, 4.
No, like 1.
Food's always one of those things where it's like when you're one person, it's like it's very easy to have too much food.
Yep.
But like,
When you're one Spartan, it's not.
yeah, those classic things. It's like you cook for yourself, and it's like so easy to cook way too much. But then you cook for a group of people, and it's like, holy fuck, I need so much.
Hang on, I dated these.
Can we get Mal to study the rune of Loki's rune?
4 plus 2.
Well-
Yeah, sure.
And then, like,
All right.
Yeah. Cool.
I have crafted 2 enhanced poultices of healing.
nice.
Where normally they would give you 2d4 plus 2, they give 3d4 plus 2.
Yeah, you
And the
give
only
me
cost was 1 extra lesser curative per thing.
What was the base cost?
Normally it's 2 lesser common curatives. I
Greater
added an extra one.
Lather is now in the directory under
So
the
it's 3
Jotuns
normally, and I
Lunar.
added 1 to increase the value. Because you can do that with alchemy.
So learning the greater teaches you the lesser as well, doesn't it?
Sorry?
It lets you carve the lesser as well, but you don't automatically learn.
Fun. Alright.
I was gonna say, you're giving me flashbacks to like cooking for the party as like back when we all cooked for each other at Heighton Place.
Mm.
Big meals.
I do like
You come back and
breakfast.
Karlik's just so confused listening to Mal tell him the story.
Wait, say that part again? Wait, what? Huh?
But where did the fiery Jotun go?
Wait, what? Huh? Huh?
Okay, so do we
Can
want
you
to?
clarify what one part for me, DM?
Uh-huh.
Huh?
So
Huh?
it says the explosion gives rise to two shapes, each one of the two primal energy sources surging through them. So two
Yeah.
giant Jotun, one ice, one fire.
Yeah.
The fiery one departs from the image.
Yeah.
So is that the last we see of
Itself.
him, or does the next paragraph does one of them, because it says the remaining Jotun can be seen creating smaller copies of itself? Is that the icy one still, or is that now the fire?
Yeah, that's the icy one. The fire one just fucks off from the wall until Ragnarok.
Right. So everything
to
is
Muspelheim,
born
probably.
of. So everything is born from Ymir. Is that the vibe I'm getting?
I mean, kind of like.
Because wasn't it like what was it that Serta told me was like him plus Ymir was like needed to create the world again, and now that Ymir's fucked, it's like, well,
Yeah, but like
it's
in
not
this
much.
wall of Wadanis, everything seems to come from Ymir. Like, and they kill him in the second segment. The Aesir kill Ymir. The boys go into men, each of them powerful and wise. They serve the Jotun masters by day while fashioning spears and inspiring courage in their fellows over the dim light of campfires.
When you
Eventually,
say everything comes from Ymir, what do you mean exactly?
other shapes emerge alongside the icy Jotun. Creatures of all shapes and sizes. As they do, the remaining Jotun can be seen creating smaller copies of itself, some male and some female. So it makes it so it's like all the creatures of the world and the Jotun, and then the men come from a block of ice, I guess.
Well,
Like, is that not Ymir's?
Ymir makes the Jotun, but everything else is just kind of born alongside creation,
Okay,
not directly Ymir making them.
right, so they just sort of pop up from. So it's just that the two Jotun sort of appear first, and then.
The two Jotun are kind of like the supreme beings, and in this
Everything
image,
else.
at least, Ymir is quite active in creating and then ruling.
So he creates and rules the Jotun. But the men and the animals just appear from creation.
Kind of.
Dang, it's vague.
It is vague.
It is fucking creation stories. Anyway, so he just fucks off. Okay, but yeah. So what I was saying about the person killing him is that the three brothers lead an army, slaying the primordial ice Jotun and driving back his children. Power erupts from the corpse, and the three brothers direct it where it flows towards the Yggdrasil. So, like, Ymir's power goes back to the Yggdrasil, or goes into the Yggdrasil, or forms the Yggdrasil, maybe, because the Yggdrasil exists in
The common like everyone knows this version of the story myth is that Odin and his two brothers kill Ymir, and then they create the Nine Realms out of his corpse.
Okay. So how can Ymir be dead if the Nine Realms are? Well, he's already dead. So why is Surtur so worried about? Has he always been dead, or did he die more thoroughly thanks to Ragnarok and Hogg and the Wimvaldi? Didn't get it. Father, do you remember what your dad person said when he said Ymir was dead?
Ymir plus Serta is required for like the creation of the world from the void.
Yeah, but
And, now
And
that
the
Ymir's
whole idea is that it's cyclical.
yeah, now that Ymir's fucked, we can't recreate the
But
world.
when did Ymir
on
become
without-
fucked?
as part of this cycle?
When did Ymir become fucked?
Was that told to Svarthan? Or was it just Ymir is fucked?
When the quote upstart Aesir killed him.
Ah.
Yeah, there it is.
So the Aesir just fucked the universe by killing Ymir.
Well,
Say
I mean,
no.
maybe they didn't want to be returned to the void and then I don't suspect,
surely
I
if you
suspect
were going
that's
to
something
do that,
akin to a cessation in continuous cognizance or whatever that people have been overly complicating the idea of life with.
I mean, fair enough, they were slaves, but also, like, better to be slaves and die and get reborn than be slaves and then be free. And...
Yes, of course, the Doc Alpha says this.
Better to be slaves in what end?
You have to kill Nidhogger first and then Ymir.
Yeah, that would be the ideal.
It's like how you cast invisibility then after using fly.
Yeah, that common piece of wisdom.
Yeah.
Right, so are we calling it here? Do you want to do our long rest first, or we just... What's our vibe?
Long rest, eh?
Or do we want to keep going and it's unlucky Dallas?
I mean, we won't like do anything else from here, but like
Might as well
happy
go
to
to
hang
it.
out, discuss that sort of
Hmm.
thing.
Can't get a long rest in and get a quick cheeky legend lore in?
Nope.
Oh.
Mate, Legend Lore has a monetary component as well, so you might want to be careful with that one. It was like, I think it said 250 GP at the bottom of it or something,
Yeah, that's a bit.
which is chunky.
It's like 200 worth of like ivory, and then 4 strips of like 50 like GP incense. I don't know why they separated it out like that instead of just saying 200 GP worth of incense, but I think it's like 400 or something.
So yeah, that
That is
uses
quite
a
a bit.
lot of the staff's ability. We'd have 1 charge of the staff left.
So what I'm going to say is don't do that, I mean.
I mean,
Also, don't
we
do
could
that
do
with
it.
Dallas here. That one we want Dallas.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But do
Would.
if you're planning on legend loring, let me know in advance what you're planning on casting it on, so I can,
Yeah.
actually give you
Right.
something fun as an answer instead of just making some shit up.
So, just while
Let's
I'm
give him more time to make better shit up.
Hmm.
was our reason for what was our reason for wanting to actually go to the Rokkermenni camp?
They sell cool shit.
So what next session is going to be have our long rest, help with the
Shop.
Rokkermenni camp, do some shopping,
Legend lore.
head to
Jotunheim Mount.
and then potentially delve into the mound.
I reckon.
Essentially.
Cool. Just so Oswald knows.
Why are we delving into the Jotunheim burial, man?
Bullshit! Svarthan,
You said the same reason we're going to the Rokkermenni camp. They've got
shit.
cool shit.
Fine.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, you think about
One day we'll get to fucking Rim.
It's a new dungeon type with a new type of reward.
Yeah.
Woo.
Like think
You've
about
only
where we got
you've
Heranto
only
from.
gotten one type of dungeon reward because you didn't finish the Throughout Ludza, so you don't know what the rewards for those is. But hey,
Fucking difficult.
maybe this one.
Maybe.
My thinking is, it's like
DM, do we know how much further once we get to the Restless Hangman it is to Rimsgarden?
I mean, you can look at your map
On the landing page.
on the landing page and kind of get a kind of a rough idea. It does, like, the distances more or less line up in terms of scale. So, like, looking at landmarks.
Is our party token still correct location-wise?
Nope.
to the left, looking at where the
Yeah.
arc of the road is.
Where are we? sorry?
someone guess if you can see where it is.
About
No, that one's too far up.
Is
We're
it-
on the southern path.
Yeah,
I think
that's
Hangman.
right.
I think I was picking the Hangman. Where
Oh
the-
yeah.
Yeah, that's
Based
about
on the where the mountains are.
Yeah.
That's about where you are. Restless Hangman's like there, like a bit
Closer
before,
to the fork.
Wait,
bit
I'm
before
not-
the fork in the road.
What can you be again?
the Hangman is about next, just near the fork,
Okay.
and the
So we'll
Budget
be
currently
a
active.
little bit over halfway.
But it's like this Sparrow Man as well. It's the kind of thing where in world it'll be like 2 days max, realistically, if you actually want to finish it.
Yeah.
But it's like one
Yeah,
of those.
it's just like our travel from Vizvik to Arnelios was all underground, so we had very little concept of distance.
Yeah.
And we spent the vast majority of it on water.
Also true.
Now
Yeah,
cutting
Yeah,
Hangman
you
was
went
like-
from about Vidvik to like midway through the Studvat Valley by boat, and that was like in a day. So
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Sparrow Man was one of the main reasons Farfan was keen to go bottom path, because that sounded cool. Also,
Yeah.
we just don't finish. we haven't done many dungeons that actually finish these things, so it's like.
And what makes you think we'll finish the Jotunberg? I don't know about you, but
Yellow.
you're in the fucking
We've
heart
got
of
this.
yellow.
We've got
yellow
this.
being reasonable difficulty for or like similar difficulty to that thing where it's like.
Well, no, it just means that the average creature in that area is of equal difficulty. And remember, the average creature of being of equal difficulty to us when we fought the fucking Mind Splitter.
Yeah, we won that fight.
Yeah, that's because there was one of them. It doesn't give any sort of account of numbers, just the
Sure.
average difficulty of the difficulty of the average creature.
I mean, I get that.
So
yeah,
it
but if
means
you can
that-
fight them
It's
one
not
at
gonna
a
be-
time, it doesn't matter.
So it means
It
the
means that we're not
lieutenants.
going to be surprised by something that's going to just walk all over us.
Yeah,
Well, we
it-
could be
like,
if we get a dozen things that are the same strength as the Mind Splitter.
I mean, something like one of these, like being a dungeon type thing, it's probably something that you can sort of delve forwards and be able to back away potentially.
We
It's like,
definitely
this
do
is-
like
this is to a
taking our
max-
dungeons in stages, so I think this is well within our ability.
It also like gives us just a gauge of how the scale actually lines up, I guess.
So what
But
you're
also-
saying is we want to go give it a poke first to find out how we handle it.
Yeah.
But yeah, DM, just
The
as
other
a
thing is, at this
reminder,
point, surely we've learned dungeons, right?
DM, just as a reminder, the way that this assessing difficulty works, it's based on our assumption of what an average meteor site, for example, would have on it.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
So
It's a
it's not
little
necessarily the specific creature that we fought at that. So it might be the case that, you don't have to answer this, but it might be the case that, there's like 5 or 6 creatures that you might come across at a meteor site, and the most common one to come across is of that yellow difficulty for us, sort of vibe. And
yeah,
then
it's also like I'd say probably a 4 to 5 level scale, kind of based on like proficiency bonuses. So like that thing was a single, like, what is it, CR? I think it was CR 11 legendary creature, CR 11 in its lair. So it's like a single legendary CR 11 creature is gonna be different to, like a group of 5 CR like 10 Gnaw creatures. Like
In the sense that the
Legendaries
big
are a
group
bit-
would actually measure as more dangerous.
well, it's just a different type of difficulty. Like a legendary creature on its own, like you shouldn't assume that you're going to run into a bunch of creatures like it because it's a single boss monster kind of vibe.
I'm just trying to judge whether or not a single boss monster would scale up or scale down in difficulty based on our assessment of it. But that's sure. Anyway, we'll check it out. We'll check out the fucking.
I mean, part of the
Jotunberg.
thinking
Sounds
is
good.
like, just in general, we haven't had much experience with these colors yet to sort of get a scale of just like what it could actually mean. So the more encounters we
Yeah,
do,
we should find a red and
It's
just
like-
dive into a red, see how bad it is.
Maybe
The
a red
the
one.
dragon cult is definitely a red.
Yeah.
But yeah,
That's like a magenta.
But yeah, just get some ideas of like how difficult some of these things could actually be. Is probably worth doing, just so we know moving along if stuff's actually worth looking at or not.
It's like, in Stellaris when something's so like just beyond you that it just has a skull instead of a like rating of its power.
Should I add that? Because I've got one more spot in that.
Sure, that'll be funny. That'll be fun.
Say do. I mean, the issue. with adding
It'll
a
make it
skull,
symmetrical. It'll make it symmetrical.
How do you mark that on the map easily without looking?
Magenta.
Alright, just make it.
A magenta
Sure.
skull?
Sure.
Can you actually make it a skull?
No.
No.
See if I can
amount of-
find
Wait, so where'd the third brother go?
Make that the description though. Is just skull.
the skull.
Magenta circle is description skull.
Would you say skull in the word skull or skull emoji?
Skull emoji.
Alright, cool. That's what I assumed, but it was like I could see that one for comedic effect.
Alright, so that old man is not us. So, DM, once again on the second segment, how the groups of men, or the groups of Yeah, the Rokkermenni split in 3. Are all 3 brothers who slayed the Jotun, do they go with the first group?
No, the 2 brothers of Odin are not depicted from any point onwards after they have slayed Ymir and are directing his power.
Huh.
Hmm.
Is it common sort of lore? Any information about his brothers?
They're not very well known. Their names, are Vili and Ve, but they're pretty. They're considered pretty minor. Like, there's not really any
It's
tale
because
of
they
them.
didn't go out on adventures. They just hung out at home all the time.
They fucking slew Ymir. They're older than Odin.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then they just
perhaps something to
went
look
home.
into.
Mm.
And then they just went home.
I know what's their deal.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, you need to research it.
Well, yeah, that's an interesting thing to look into. FYI, people.
I need to take a massive shit. BRB.